January's.
Welcome back, Earthling.
Yes. Yeah, did I finish this? Oh no, I just...
In 100 yards, turn left. In 200 yards, turn right. Turn right.
Oh wait.
And today's January 6th, and in Washington
Oh, no,
today,
January
President Biden
6th.
will mark the assault on the Capitol occurring just exactly 2 years ago. He's going to honor some of the police officers who fought with rioters that day. Federal prosecutors, of course, have charged more than 950 people, and a congressional panel investigating the attack has heard from more than 1,000 witnesses, all detailing what happened that day. And as Scott McFarland reports, criminal trials continue, but some staffers are also still coping with trauma.
Oh, the drama! Ah!
As an angry mob climbed walls at the Capitol,
Which is better? Which is
smashed
better?
windows, pushed back police, and even threatened to hang the sitting vice president,
you
congressional
son of a
staffer
bitch.
Sharon
Alright, guys, I
Nichols
guess
was
I gotta do
alone,
this one.
barricaded inside an office, worried about losing her life.
It was frightening. It was terrifying. Being alone was the hardest part.
Very few rioters were arrested that day. The police were vastly outnumbered and at times overpowered by the mob.
What the fuck
But the
is this?
FBI seized records from more than 5,000 cell phones and amassed thousands of hours of video of what may be the most documented crime in U.S. history. Charging at least 950 people so far, nearly half of whom have either pleaded guilty or been convicted at trial, including Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes, convicted of seditious conspiracy.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
After an 18-month probe, the U.S. House January 6th committee referred former President Donald Trump to the Justice Department for prosecution, alleging he incited an insurrection.
These people are not going to take it any longer.
Trump has denied any wrongdoing, but already a declared 2024 presidential candidate, a former federal prosecutor, says if there are any criminal charges, they may come soon.
You think if they were going to move on this, they'd want to move well before the next presidential election?
Well before it. Not only that, but if there is going to be charged, they want a trial to happen before the next election.
As for Nichols, she still works here and started a support group for other survivors.
Helps us to connect with one another, to talk about it, to share our experiences with each other. Compare.
Capitol Police have suffered a series of resignations and retirements after the attack on their officers. They have a new chief who says they've made more than 100 significant improvements in the time since, but he acknowledges there's more hiring and more work still to be done. Adriana?
Scott, thank you so much in front of a beautiful Capitol this morning. Beautiful, but a little chaotic this morning.
Oh my God, you fucking... You motherfuckers. That's what's on today.
Hold that somebody's been accused and do that deal, but I think that think this is worth looking at.
Ace Black can support you until he's proven guilty. Stop calling him an abuser. it goes both ways. We're actually getting a decent debate here. I appreciate it, you guys. Like, you don't gotta agree with me, but I appreciate you guys chatting.
Yeah, look at that, 22,000, 50-50 on smash the like button right there. It's 53 and 47 for 22,000 votes. It's a lot.
I mean, it's usually like 2/3, so it's skewing slightly towards I have not smashed the like button. But 84% said they did not believe Andrew Tate was guilty.
Right.
And that's not just saying they think he's innocent. It's that many people saying, show me the evidence.
Cool.
Right?
Well, we'll give it a little time.
There's a lot with Epstein.
Yeah.
We'll give it a little time.
Absolutely. And like I said earlier, if he actually did these things, then he needs to be locked up.
Yeah, by the way, I hope I'm wrong every single time. Like we were saying before, I hope I'm wrong every single time. Sorry, Luke, go ahead.
No, and I think the media narrative also matters here because a lot of the times the media was running protection for Epstein.
They were.
Here, they're like running about pizza box stories. They're running fake news. They're discrediting themselves based on stuff. So this is why automatically people jump to this.
Okay, but I'm not from the media. I've also been smeared by the media in the last month. They hate me. The left doesn't like me.
I'm just explaining some of the thinking of what's going on.
And I understand that's why I'm here as a peaceful, maybe middle person to be like, hey, folks, I'm from your, I don't want to say side, but you folks rock with me. You know I'm the real deal. So if I'm saying let's take a deeper look, hopefully that carries a little bit more weight with people that might have normally been a little bit more skeptical.
Yeah.
Well, I would say the general idea, I think, Luke, it's a real good example. The pizza box story.
Yes.
Was completely false.
False.
And insane. And so right away, the whole narrative has launched off of a false premise. It's just, let me read this right here.
Yeah.
Reese Mendocino says, I'm in no way with Andrew Tate, but we need to recognize that most of the boys who flock to him are a result of boys and men who are hurting from a collapsing culture and awful dating market. We need to do better for them.
Well put.
Yeah.
Well put. Well said.
Yep. All right. Charlie Harris says, what crimes has Tate been formally charged with? It's a matter of public record, so there's no reason not to say it over the air. I don't think he's been publicly charged with anything.
He's being investigated for being a lover boy, rape, and money laundering. That's what we know. He's being investigated.
The whole false narrative around the pizza box thing was so annoying because he has a compound in Romania. They don't need to know he's there. They know he's there, and he has a massive compound.
But the fake news also discredits the legitimacy of this story. So the corporate media, just by running fake news, does so much injustice to all of this.
Well, they've done the same thing to me. They did the same thing to me with Elon Musk. They did the same thing to Tim. They've done it to, they've done it to you. They've done it to all of us. And it sucks.
And they did it to Brett Kavanaugh, if you remember what happened to him. I don't know if you remember that story or your response to how that was going down.
Sure. I mean, I believe in due process. I think that, and I've said that since the beginning. If folks want to put in due process into my Twitter search bar, I say I believe the survivors that I serve, and I explain to every survivor that I serve due process. You can't just believe every single story. So I understand folks being skeptical. That's cool. Sorry, go ahead.
Raymond G. Stanley Jr., in reference to the Philadelphia train story, says, drop kick him, Tim, drop kick him. I said I would drop kick the dude. If I saw a guy jump on top of a woman, I'd jump on him. Like, if he was standing up, I would run up and drop kick. And I can't. I don't know, man. I've had a lot of people, everybody seems to be of this mindset that everyone else is going to be like them. And so they'll say things like, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't. I'm like, don't project your views onto me. Like, there's a video, I went on Tucker because of this, because Antifa got in my face and started swinging at me, and I clenched my teeth, tightened my abs, and I leaned forward. You can watch me do it. I get...
Oh, what happened, Tim? Tim's gone.
I get angry, especially when these people get in my face. And I don't know, it's the kind of person I am. And I think, too...
God damn.
I don't know. You get screwed with enough in places like the south side of Chicago or traveling around the world where, trust me when I say, like, I would drop kick the guy. I don't even want to say probably. I'd probably just lose it. I'd probably black out and be like, I don't even remember what happened. I just went on the guy.
I know this is totally unrelated, but I just want to say something. I just want to let everybody know I'm working on this case for free. I serve all of the survivors that I serve, the public survivors, for free. I get no money from this. Nobody's paying me to be here. Nobody's paying me to say anything. I got no money from the Twitter, advocating for the Twitter survivors of Twitter. I did all that work for free. Everything I do for free, and usually lose money. So I just want to say that because I know people are going to say a thing like I'm in this for money. I'm literally not in this for money, and I actually lose money doing this work.
Giovanni Lycia says, can you elaborate on what the machine is? The establishment. It's a reference to the, like, you know, Rage Against the Machine. Of course, they rage on behalf of the machine these days. But the machine is the establishment, the control. It is...
You want to talk about the cathedral?
The cathedral. Yeah.
The cathedral, yeah, but a lot of people don't. Yes, of course, the cathedral, darling.
Yes, of course.
No, the cathedral is going to be like your school system. Starts at the school by, what would you call it, Luke? Like, not brainwashing, but sort of indoctrinating the young children. Then it goes up through the government schools to the universities. Then it goes to corporate journalism and then to the government. Good? Cathedral?
Yeah.
Sort of, but
basically the machine is just like, imagine this giant factory where it
Hollywood and big tech in there too.
controls production, it controls what you're allowed to say. It's where all the establishment people are. It's robotic, it's duplicitous.
Come on.
It's unempathetic.
And the opposite of that is freedom.
Yes. So imagine there's a big factory. Inside you wear a jumpsuit, you do as you're told, but there's food square and you know. And you keep your mouth shut. You're not allowed to talk about certain ideas. You do your job, and then outside in the wilderness is freedom, where figure it out.
Come on,
that's it. I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery.
Every time.
The backlash
Every
says,
time.
Yes.
Every time.
Obsessed. Yeah. I'm actually obsessed with that.
Hey, I think it's the best way forward.
It gives me life.
Right. Let's read this one. The backlash says, in 1993, I very publicly opposed the progressive assault on men, masculinity, marriage, and family. The Seattle Times almost destroyed me. Men turned to MGTOW to strike, Atlas Shrugged style. MGTOW is men going their own way. But I'm not. I'm not going to pretend to know everything about what MGTOW is. But correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is it's like men just living solitary lives and just going their own way and either like being alone or just avoiding relationships and stuff. I don't know about MGTOW. I think one of the problems is society, it's created this very hard imbalance in the relationship between men and women, and I feel like a lot of it's on purpose, Malthusianism or whatever. Like this idea that, I'll put it this way: abortion, child castration, hormones in the water, all of these things result in lower population. Is that on purpose? Up for you to decide. I think it's just very interesting that there's powerful, prominent elites that are going around saying we got to reduce population, and then all of these ails of society which are doing just that. Let's grab some more super chats. What do we got here? Mundo Mara says, I used to be pro-abort because I thought people have common sense. But when I heard a girl say that her birth control is abortion, I lost all hopes in humanity. By the way, may I ask support for my YouTube channel, Mundo?
Yeah, it's working. Is it working? Yeah, it should be. It's just crashing. Oh wait, I wanted to see. Is 6 documentary? Is it documentary? Documentary. Oh my god. Ah! The White House. President Donald Trump.
Tired. Is that okay? I did evangelicals for Trump, then I did Indian Americans for Trump, then I did Asian Pacific Americans for Trump, and then
My father, the people's president.
The campaign basically was a family operation.
We will make liberals cry again.
I don't think you want to have the water in the picture, right?
As a family, we've done 55 events in 48 hours.
Polishing and washing my hands after giving a bunch of fist bumps, you know?
My father, he's very honest, and he is who he is, and I think people love that, actually.
I love him. I can't even get a boyfriend because I love him so much.
They thought because people showed up to their rallies, that meant they were popular.
my father was getting calls from many people who know politics. Congratulations, Mr. President, you have won once again.
The first time that a state that Republicans had won in 2016 has flipped to the other side.
There's no doubt that he would decide that this had been a rigged election. Well, unless they don't treat me.
Oh my god. Is this what it is? Trump's documentary. Oh my god. Oh, this was 5 months ago.
Documentary Unprecedented. This clip from December 7th, 2020 shows Donald Trump talking about trying to overturn the results in Georgia.
They should open it up, verify the signatures. When you do, you'll see that all of those people that signed didn't have the right to vote. They were forgeries and other things. And all we want is that, and it's simple. Or a special session. Let their legislature make the decision, because they're already largely on our side, because they see what happened in Georgia.
Joining us now is documentary filmmaker Alex Holder. He had behind-the-scenes access to the Trump White House and the Trump family for his film Unprecedented, which is streaming right now on Discovery Plus. Warner Brothers Discovery is the parent company of CNN. It's such an important day to have you here, because today the January 6th committee is actually going to be looking at how a rioter was inspired by Trump's language. And I know this is something of a lot of interest
Oh my god,
to you.
CNN.
His December
oh yeah,
19th
what is
tweet
CNN
telling
doing
supporters
now?
to come to
Oh, let's see.
5, 4, 3.
Let's see what kind of what are they doing? Holy shit, who's that?
Earlier today, members gathered outside the Capitol to mark 2 years since the January 6th insurrection. Only one Republican showed up there, Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania. CNN's Evan Perez joins me now. Evan, prosecutors are still trying to bring rioters to justice. Dozens, if not hundreds of people could still face arrest stemming from the attack.
Yeah, Jake, the FBI says that they're going to keep at this until they find all these people. One of the big focuses, obviously, are the people who assaulted police officers. And here's some of the numbers just of the 2 years of this effort by the Justice Department. There are over 950 people who've been arrested. We know of 280 who've been charged with assault, or resisting, or impeding some of the officers there at the scene. 484 guilty pleas so far. And there's still about 40 defendants who've been found guilty in trials, including one today. We saw today one of the first rioters who kicked down a door and was one of the first to get into the Capitol. He was sentenced to 48 months in prison as a result of that.
And Evan, conspiracy charges are among the most serious. That's at the heart of the new trial against members of the Proud Boys, the far-right group. Where does that case stand?
Well, it's in jury selection right now, and it's been interesting. Our team there, Hannah Rabinowitz and Holmes Librand, described a very contentious effort to seat a jury. We expect opening arguments to happen next week. But one of the things that they've struggled with is the fact that obviously the reputation of the Proud Boys in the city. Getting people who don't have strong views about them has been a bit of a challenge for prosecutors and for the defense. We expect, obviously, you know, the Justice Department has been successful with the seditious conspiracy charges against members of the Oath Keepers, so they feel pretty good about this trial going on.
All right, Evan Perez, thanks so much. Let's bring in Michael Fanone now. He's a CNN law enforcement analyst and former D.C. police officer who almost died at the hands of that pro-Trump mob as he tried to defend the Capitol during the January 6th insurrection 2 years ago. He's also the author of the memoir, Hold the Line, The Insurrection and One Cop's Battle for America's Soul. And he is fresh off a visit to the White House where he was one of only 14 people to receive one of the highest honors given to civilians, the Presidential Citizens Medal. First of all, congratulations on that. That's pretty cool. Your girls are here. Were they in the audience? Did they get to see the medal?
They did.
That
Yes,
must have
they
been
did. They got to meet
cool?
the president.
They said. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and your people might not know this, but you voted for Trump. I mean, and here you are with Joe Biden. Was that weird, otherworldly, or is this just all been part of this long, strange trip you've been on?
Really?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's part of that long, strange trip you talked about. I voted for Trump in 2016. I voted for Biden in 2020.
Biden, really?
You know, I was grateful for the opportunity to be acknowledged, not so much for what I did on January 6th, but for everything that I've done and what so many other Americans that were recognized today have done since then.
Let's try this one.
You and your fellow officers were beaten. You had a heart attack. It was a horrible experience. There's been physical recovery and emotional recovery, I'm sure. How are you doing on this 2-year anniversary?
I mean, with regards to the injuries I sustained that day on January 6th, yeah, I feel I've made a full recovery.
The physical ones?
The physical ones. And, you know, again, I had a 20-year career in law enforcement to kind of desensitize me to the violence that I experienced that day. So I believe that I've, you know, come to terms with the trauma of January 6th, the day. What continues, or what I continue to struggle with, is everything that's happened since then, and the things, the issues that we continue to grapple with as a country regarding, you know, the former president, the lies that he spewed, and the political violence that we've experienced as a result of them.
Yeah, and on that subject, while you were there at the White House being honored with Democrats and Republicans and independents by the president for standing up for democracy, for literally protecting democracy with your life.
Democracy. Let's see. Is he lying all the time? Ukraine officials. June 6th? Is that the documentary? Man, I need more RAM. Yeah, I need more RAM. I need more RAM. I need more RAM on my freaking PC. Yeah. gotta do is pay my bills. My electric bill, the internet bill. Steal the fucking trolls, man. I just wanna chill. Oh, what did he do? 2 hours ago? Oh.
Hello.
So I can catch up on back text. Come on. Come on. How am I so slow? I have the same.
Oh shit, that's not good. Thanks, Freya.
No.
I guess we fucked up there. I moved real well, and I blew it by taking a bunch of big blows, and I don't have to win it now. Now I gotta start over. I don't start with the definitely start with the lightning. Lightning is the way to go there. Oh shit! I couldn't know what was happening. I was doing fine. I was doing fine, but I couldn't see what was going on. The problem is there's so many effects on the screen, I don't even know what's attacking. That's just way too many effects. What the fuck? What the fuck? There were no attacks on the screen. I just died out of nowhere. That was stupid shit. Why I had the wrong arrows out. That didn't make any sense at all. I lost my whole health to nothing. Nothing attacked me. There was nothing on the screen. Great.
Damn it. How am I not catching up? Come. Let's go. There we go. Come on.
Come on! What the fuck? She has this full stun bar, man. Bullshit. That's bullshit. You got a full stun bar and she couldn't fall out of the fucking sky. Complete nonsense.
Dang it. Come.
Can't see. What the fuck? You can't see anything. They did it again. The only reason you can take any hits is because you can't see this fucking screen.
Oh. Come on,
What
dude.
the fuck? You gotta be kidding me. The only reason the boss ever hits you is because you can't see any attacks. You literally lose your whole health bar to attacks that are invisible on the fucking screen. What do you want me to do about that, you fucking dumb game? Look at that! What? Dude. She's completely overwhelmed with attacks. Her whole body is enveloped in attack. Just, attack right through an instant kill. That's not challenge. That's stupidity. That's bad game design.
doing so bad. Come on.
Nothing I can do about this. I couldn't even see it. Again, it attacked right through. So literally, it's a terrible boss fight. The only reason it's tough is because the enemy can at any time interrupt this insane attack onslaught you're doing to it with its own bullshit attacks, and you can't stop it. How am I covered in Bifrost? What even hit me? What the fuck is going on? You can't see the attacks. You can't see the attack she's doing, so you can never counter any of the attacks, and she ignores your attacks and just does whatever she wants. What? What's going on now? What the fuck? What the fuck? Dude, I tried to grab the health and then activate rage. He just stands there, wouldn't grab the health, and then the rage also wouldn't activate. I hate to say it, I think what it is there's so much going on the screen at once, the game can't keep track of it, and therefore stuff doesn't respond. Look at my health. What the fuck? Roll! Can't roll. No response when I press the button. None.
For the third.
What the f— wow, that's fair. Can't do anything about it.
Come on! What do these guys have? Do they have Nog or something?
This is incredibly stupid. It's an incredibly dumb fight. The only thing dangerous about the boss is, at any time, instantly do a move that grabs from the whole screen. Can't avoid it.
Ah! I'm gonna whine. Alright. FPS. Okay, everything's good. Ah, come on. Better on the dirt. How about that? Should I put less tires? I'm upgrading. You goddamn upgrade you, make you the best car in the goddamn game. Let's go. Let's find the. I'm gonna be the best car. Let's see. I think 700. Okay. Whatever it is. Oh, that's why this is. Alright, let's see. Wait. These have off-road tires too. Alright. Upgrade. Auto. Okay. 700. Okay. Yeah, my car. Ah, look at that beautiful car.
If you want to repaint your ride, you're in the right place.
No, wait, where is it? Oh, these are it. At that point, I just. That's a good color. Oh, green. Yeah. The hood. It's my hood. Nah. My wing. To have a wing. Oh, okay. Okay. Dang. I can paint my brakes and tint my windows. It's Yes, nice. Ooh, should I upgrade to 600? Alright. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Nice, 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 nice. These slick tires? These, oh, I want some off-road tires, not slick ones. Yeah, oh. Oh, dang it. Run, run, run. It's what? I totally forgot something. Yes. Now, how do you change your character?
Check out your wardrobe. Pretty cool, no? You can keep your clothes in here and get changed whenever you're home. I hear you're the most stylish driver at the festival, eh?
Oh, I'm on Italy driving. Rome. What is this, Fortnite? Bet it is. Oh. Yes. Really? Oh my god, that face mask! Oh my god! This is stupid! Oh my god! Fuck you. Fuck you. They got face masks. Oh! Cover the face! Red Bull? Ah, fuck Red Bull. D5 for a goddamn Red Bull? Oh, face mask. I'm tired of looking at this goddamn head. Yeah, what the hell? Where's your other suit?
I'm telling you, racing is all about one thing. Dance moves.
This is not...
You learn them around the festival, and then you can teach them to me. Use your showboat emote before the race, and the victory emote when you win.
Ugh. Stupid face mask. Now that what is this, biker? Supposed to be a biker helmet? Oh. To buy this. They don't even give you... Do they have an old outfit? They don't have an old racing outfit. Oh, Japan? Oh, I want to be Japan. I want to be a Japanese driver. But no helmet? Oh, shoes. His face is annoying me. They all annoy me. Ugh. I wish I could just put a thing on. I am the Drift King. Oh, wait. In a drifting car. Oof. Not a fast car. I don't know. Oh, I haven't driven this yet. Did they make a new Supra? They didn't make a new Supra. I have to look that up. No. 20. What the hell? 2020. Supra. Did they make a 2020 Supra? Oh, they did? What? Oh, I want to get a Supra. Oh, they did.
This is the new Toyota Supra, and it's a little bit like Angela Merkel wearing a kimono on a date with Arnold Schwarzenegger. You see, it's like Angela because underneath the skin, it's actually German. You see, it's based on the BMW Z4. However, the bodywork is completely Japanese, isn't it? Just like a kimono. And it's actually built in Austria, as is Arnold Schwarzenegger. Now, the car starts from £53,000. If you click it there on the bottom,
oh, that's so nice.
You can see how much you can save on a new car at CarWow. However, I bet you're more interested in whether this new Supra is better to drive than the BMW Z4 on which it's based. Well, to find out, the first thing I'm going to do is launch it. Now, I actually drove Z4 the other week and I timed it from 0 to 60 in 4.5 seconds. So that's the time this Supra has to beat. I'm going to put it into sports mode.
Wow.
Traction into
I didn't know they
sports
made the
mode. Got my specialist
Supra.
timing gear
I
up
thought that was
here.
just the thing.
On left foot on the brake. Throw the throttle.
Oh, that looks so
active,
good.
Go.
It looks like a normal Supra.
Come on, come on.
With the little wing.
Oh, yes. There we go. Right.
A little wing.
Good job it did it quickly because I was running out of space there. There's a fence. Okay, so it did 0 to 60 in 4.4 seconds. So yeah, it beat the BMW. Now you're probably wondering what it'll do the standing quarter mile in. Well, I clearly haven't got the room here, but later on I'm going to take the car on track and time it. Let's start this review by talking about the Supra's design, because when I first saw this car I was like, oh my god, what the heck have they done? But actually, here in the sunshine, I've changed my mind. Yeah, I'm a little bit fickle like that. You see the front, it reminds me of the Mark IV Supra. There's lots of kind of squishes
50,000! Oh, you Supra!
I really, really like the headlamp clusters. It's got like little red flashes in them, that's really cool.
Oh,
Now, from the side profile, this car is supposed to mimic the Toyota 2000 GT from the 1960s.
Why so expensive?
You don't know what that looks like? Here's a pic of it now. Now, there is no denying that this is very Japanese in its design. The only thing that isn't are the door mirrors, because they are from the BMW Z4. I do like how you have these black side skirts, they look cool, but I absolutely adore these standard 19-inch alloys. They look amazing. The only bit of the car I'm really not too sure about is this section here, the real haunches. It's like it's got fat, flabby hips, a bit like Kim Kardashian, probably in about 10 years' time, or maybe 10 minutes' time. Anyway, back though, can't fault the back. The back of this car is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, look at it. What a sweet ass this is. Love the ducktail
Yeah, but it doesn't
spoiler
have a
like
wing.
that. And the rear
You gotta
diffuser.
have the little wing, where it's not a
fog
Supra.
light, like the rain lights that you get on Formula One cars. The only thing I don't really like is this. Look, this Toyota badge there from the Supra. It's just, why did they put that on there? I really don't know. Like the fact you've got real exhaust pipes, which are quite big. I'll illustrate that now with the new Car Wow bottles of truth test. So yeah, see, they fit. Isn't that awesome? And so too is the exterior design, if you ask me. Now, it is pretty wild, whereas inside it's a bit of a different story. This new Supra is all rather sensible, unlike me. That was a bit stupid. Yeah, like I was saying, it's all quite calm and reserved. You can definitely feel a Germanic influence, especially because a lot of the buttons and stuff are from a BMW. So these buttons here for the radio, from a BMW. The climate control system, from a BMW. This twiddly knob here, and all the buttons here, from a BMW. The steering wheel, also from a BMW, and all the switches on it. The gear shifter paddles, the stalks and the steering column. The door handles, switches here and here, BMW, and the light switches here, BMW.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's good though, because normally with the Toyota, the insides are just bonkers. They have buttons all over the place just randomly. So that is good. And I do actually like the design. It's nice and simple, very clean, not bad at all. Quality is pretty good in here as well. That's another BMW influence. So lots of squidgy materials here, stitched dash. I like the fact that all the lower down panels as well, they're padded, and not to make the car feel posh. They're padded because you might end up banging your knees off them when you're actually going around corners really, really quickly. That's a really cool feature that they've done that. But yeah, I am feeling the BMW vibes. The rear view mirror is BMW as well. It's even got the little sensor for gesture controls, but this car doesn't have it. And that brings me onto the screen and this car's equipment list. As standard, the Toyota Supra gets a large infotainment screen with built-in satellite navigation. There's also a digital driver's display as well. Full LED adaptive headlights, adaptive cruise control, and a load of safety gear that is too boring to mention right here. A 10-speaker sound system with Boy Racer pleasing grille covers. A reversing camera, Alcantara sport seats with electric operation. Plus an active rear differential and adaptive suspension. If you pay an extra £1,300, you can upgrade to the Supra Pro, which is what this red car is. You then get 4 leather seats, an upgraded JBL stereo with 2 extra speakers, wireless charging, for your mobile phone, and the most useful addition of all, a heads-up display which can show things like the speed limit, your speed, and navigation directions. And I think it's really useful if you're going to be using this car as a daily driver. Finally, there's this A90 edition, which is an extra £3,000, and you get matte grey paint, black alloy wheels, and a red leather interior, which is rather nice. Unfortunately, this is a limited edition and they're all sold out for now. I was given a choice of which car to review, either the red one or the yellow one, and I wasn't sure, so I went onto my Instagram account, @MattWatsonCars, and did a story with a poll, and it was close, but you guys chose the red one. So I'll continue the review with this car here. Anyway, let's continue the review by talking about this infotainment system. So this is one time where I cannot say it's not as good as BMW's iDrive, because as you can see, it is in fact BMW's iDrive. It's BMW's old iDrive, but it's still very, very good. Nice screen, very
you know, it'd be better if they went old school.
The swivel wheel with the shortcut buttons, plotting a route into the sat-nav is super easy.
Why don't they go old school? Why do you have to do those
using the buttons
things?
on the screen? And it calculates routes nice and fast, dead easy to input the waypoint as well, and you've got traffic alerts to send you around the jams. All very good. The only problem is that while it has Apple CarPlay, just like a BMW, it doesn't have Android Auto, so yeah, no good for me, my Samsung. Another thing that I do like about it is the fact you get a sort of version of BMW's digital driver's display, though I prefer the layout of this Toyota one. So you've got the central rev counter, the speed off to the left, and then the satellite navigation functions all to the right. It's good. Good infotainment system. In terms of the seating position, it's lovely actually. Steering wheel is really centrally mounted as well. The seats feel a little bit on the high side. I'd like to go a bit lower, even though you are actually sitting quite low. Part of the reason for that is that this roof is quite low, so you feel like you need to be a bit lower still. But it's all right. If you're tall, you may struggle. Yeah, if you're really tall, that is. Other areas of practicality are only okay. So the glove box is pretty much filled with the manual and some high-vis vests. Got a little storage area here. A couple of cup holders here, but they won't fit my big bottle. Door bins as well, they're tiny. Not going to fit anything in those, but I have a solution. You see here, there is a fire extinguisher, but I'll just remove that because this is a Toyota. It's not going to burst into flames, and I can hold my big bottle in there. Perfect. I think I will just keep the fire extinguisher in the car though, because all the mechanicals are BMW. Anyway, let's move on to the boot. So the capacity is 290 litres, which is about the same as an Audi TT-RS, which is also about the same as a Ford Fiesta, but the shape is obviously different than the Fiestas. Now there's a bit of a low lip to lift stuff over, but you can fit quite a bit of luggage in there if you need to. More importantly though, the shape of it means that you can carry 2 spare tyres. This is obviously really important if you're doing track days. Also, there are a few bits of practicality here. So tie-down hooks there, some nettings there. There's a 12-volt socket for your tyre inflator, and an elastic strap where I could actually put the water bottle and instead of using the fire extinguisher holder. Also, there's even ISOFIX in the front passenger seat, so you could take a baby in this car if you wanted to. So, as far as I'm concerned, for a sports car, it's practical enough for me. Now then, it's time for the CarWow 5 annoying things about this car. There are so many fake vents on this car that the CarWow sticker truth is going to have a field day. So, fake, 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 and fake. There's no release for the boot right here where you need it at the boot. You can only open it using the key or by pressing a button inside the cabin. You can't move the sun visor to the side, which is really annoying if you've got low sun coming through that window because you end up blinded. Ow. Refitting the low cover is a bit of a puzzle because it just doesn't seem to fit in any way, shape or form. I'm following the instructions, but
it's like a fucking...
I give up. Toyota Supra
infomercial.
boys are forever going to be coming up to you going,
Fucking
yeah, maybe the new Toyota Supra, but it hasn't got a 2JZ engine, so yeah, it's not a proper Toyota Supra, especially as it's built by BMW. Then they'll open up the bonnet and point out all the BMW badges, such as there, there's even one there, which is right next to a Toyota sticker, which I think I'll just remove because, yeah, this ain't a Toyota, not really. Don't worry, there's still plenty to like about this car. Here's the CarWow 5 core features. The Supra sits low to the ground and has a lower centre of gravity than the GT86. It also has the perfect 50-50 weight distribution, and it achieves what's known as the golden ratio of 1.55, and that's the ratio between the distance between its front and rear wheels and its left and right wheels. That gives you the optimum balance of stability yet agility. Sports mode is completely configurable, so I have the damping in normal for added comfort, the steering in sport for a bit of extra weight, the transmission in normal so it's relaxing, and the engine in sport mode for rapid response and a louder exhaust noise. Oh yeah, we've got a double bubble roof, which not only looks cool, but aids aerodynamics. Thanks to its fixed coupe roof, this Supra's body is stiffer than the BMW Z4's. In fact, the chassis is even more rigid than the Lexus LFA supercars. The stability control, you can turn all the way off. Yeah, baby, yeah, I like it, super style! The engine choice for the Supra is very simple, there is just one. Ah, look at that. The bonnet release is a double pull, just like on BMWs. Actually, the engine is just like on BMWs because it's BMW's 3-litre straight six twin scroll turbo. It produces 340 horsepower, has 550 newton meters of torque, and it powers the rear wheels only via an 8-speed automatic gearbox as standard. Yes, that's right. There is no manual version of the Supra. Boo.
Oh, that
now it's time to
sucks.
see what this Toyota Supra
What's the
is
point
like
of the
to drive.
Supra if it's not stick shift?
I'm going to start in town. Maybe thinking, just take it on track. Oh, that'll come later, all right. You need to know what it's going to be like to live with every day. So actually, it's really good. The automatic gearbox is nice and smooth. You don't really notice it changing gears when you're in normal mode. The suspension in normal mode is pretty decent over bumps. There's a speed bump, no trouble at all. I'll cope with potholes as well. Very, very comfortable for a sports car. Quite impressed by that. Also, the brakes, they're not grabby. I think they might be on a sporty car like this, but they're not. So that's helpful. As for the manoeuvrability, I'm going to park it. So the steering is super light, so it's very easy to manoeuvre this car. It's got quite a tight turning circle as well for a sporty car, so you're not going to get stuck up in the roundabouts and stuff. The visibility isn't so good, but the wing mirror does that thing that BMW wing mirrors do, surprise, surprise, where they angle down when you're reversing. You are going to be relying on parking sensors and the camera to get the car into space, but it is actually super easy. I mean, look at that. 2 moves, not sticking out too far. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a result. Anyway, let's get out of town. Drive this thing a little bit faster. This new Supra is actually pretty good on the motorway as well. So I was cruising along at 90 kilometres an hour, and it's reasonably relaxing. The seats are supportive but not too firm. There's not much wind noise at all. Get a little bit of tyre noise, but that's about it. It seems quieter slightly than the BMW Z4 because obviously that's got a fabric roof. But what happens if you need to overtake? So like I said, I'm doing 90. The gearbox is in normal mode and in 8th gear. I'm just going to floor it. And already I'm at that Vectress chuff. Look at that, I think I gave him a bit of a shock. He wants to get the heck out of the way. This thing pulls, it really pulls. Oh, that's illegal. Back off now. Yes, good performance and good response from the gearbox, even just in normal drive. What really matters is how this new Supra drives on a twisty road. And I found one, so I'm going to put the car into sports mode, so everything is in maximum attack. First thing I noticed is the gearbox. So now it's keen to hold on to gears and will rev out. Also, when it changes gears, you get like a thump in the back, which I'm sure that has just been added in for effect, and I like the effect. And as for the chassis balance, it's really good. So it's quite a predictable, easy car to drive fast. I think Toyota's engineers have done a good job with this car because it's a really well-rounded sports car. Yeah, I know. All the hardware is BMW, but who cares what Supra fanboys say? You know, yes, so what? Most of it's BMW, but why not just think of it as a Z4 M Coupe? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Anyway, there's one last place we need to try this car out. So here we are on Jarama Racing Circuit in Madrid. How this car handles on track is massively important, and right away we can just get it on the lock stops. So yeah, from the first corner, I'm liking it already. Now this car spent years being developed on the Nürburgring, and it was actually signed off by Mr. Toyota on the Nürburgring, so it should be good for track days. There is a bit of roll through the corners to let you know what the car's doing, but not too much. One thing you really appreciate is that engine. The mid-range power of this engine is so good. And you can just like get the back end out and then just slide it for days, you know, it's very easy to do. Another thing worth mentioning are the brakes. The brakes do a great job of just... Oh! So they're big Brembo brakes and they do a great job of hauling this car up. One of the things I've noticed is that this steering system, which is not the fastest in the world,
what the hell,
does mean it's very easy to control on track. Just feels right, not too skittish.
Controller.
You know exactly what the car's doing, and it points it quick enough where you want to go. I really think it's a Toyota built a nice, fun handling car that you can just mess around with when you want to. I love it. Well done, Toyota. The final thing for me to do in this new Supra is to set a standing quarter mile launch time. So I have the start finish straight ahead of me. I've got my specialist timing gear here. We're going to do it. See what it does.
Oh.
It's a pretty good start, that is. You're strong.
Yes.
What's it going to put in? Come on. Give me a good time. Is it there? There we go. Oh. So, this car did the standing quarter mile in 12.5 seconds. Let's just check out the 0 to 60. So it did 0 to 60 in 4 seconds dead. And that means that a red Supra is faster than a yellow Supra. That obviously has nothing to do with the improved traction of the racing circuit. No, not at all. Make sure you pick the right colour there. So then, what's my final verdict on the new Toyota Supra? Should you avoid it? Should you consider it? Should you shortlist it? Or should you just go right ahead and buy it? Well, I reckon you should just go right ahead and buy the new Toyota Supra if you can get your hands on one.
No.
Yeah, the Supra
Don't buy
fanboys
it.
may go, "Ooh, it's not
Don't
a proper
buy
Toyota,"
it.
but it's a great sports car,
Ugh.
good value for money, and it comes with
Ugh.
Toyota's 5-year warranty. Winner.
I'd be like, fuck.
Do you agree with my verdict? Let me know in the comments section.
No.
Also, please subscribe to this
agree at
channel
all.
for more videos. And if you click on the
Take
deals box to
that
the
and
right, you can see
shove
how
it
much
up your
you can
ass.
save on a new car at CarWow.
No, you
Or
go
click on the
shove
video
it.
windows below to watch another of my videos.
That's gonna auto. Toyota versus BMW.
Yeah, no. I thought the deodorant companies were wrong. I've been spraying it on the outside of my shirt the whole time. Oh, hold on. I think James is home with his new Supra. Gotta go. Yo, how was first day with the Supra?
Rubbish. Car's great, but on my way home, 10 people said nice BMW.
What's this? Oh, a letter came for you in the mail.
In the mail?
Yeah.
There's no mailing address, and it's clearly your handwriting. How about that C8 4?
And that's what the internet's like right now.
So cringe.
You're watching Throttle Head.
Cringe. No, I don't want to watch it. I want to know about the Supra, and that's about it. All right. All right.
Alrighty, folks. So, in case you missed it, already.
Oh, come on.
Mystery on Twitter, and it blew up the world. People are very angry at me because I think it's a stupid, stupid movie. It is stupidly plotted. It is filled with stupid characters and stupid writing, and Ryan Johnson's a stupid, stupid man. We'll get to all that in just a moment. First, this video is sponsored by our friends over at ExpressVPN. Okay, let me explain how stupid this movie is. This movie is unbelievably stupid. Like, S-T-O-O-P-I-D, stupid. The primary reason why this movie is stupid is because Benoit Blanc, who is played by Daniel Craig, is supposed to be the world's greatest detective.
Google said you are the world's greatest detective.
If you are making a movie about the world's greatest detective, presumably you need the world's greatest detective in order to solve a complex crime. This entire mystery is predicated on the idea that the crime in question is idiotic.
So dumb, it's brilliant.
No! Which completely robs the story of any meaning. It is poorly constructed, the characters make no sense, the motivations make no sense. As we will see, Rian Johnson actually creates a series of get-out-of-jail-free cards for himself to escape the fact that his writing is terrible. But this movie makes no sense. So let's start with the premise of the film. The premise of the film is that Miles Braun is basically Elon Musk, where he's played by Edward Norton, and he's Elon Musk. He runs space companies, and he runs a social media company, and a news company, and all the rest of this sort of stuff.
Founder of the ubiquitous tech giant Alpha, which now has dozens of companies, from Alpha Cosmos, Alpha Car, Alpha Shop.
And he has all these hangers-on, and all these hangers-on, he's essentially paying them to be his friends.
They like to call themselves the Disruptors.
Miles Braun has called all of his friends to this island to do a murder mystery game.
Try to solve the murder mystery, if you can.
And Benoit Blanc has been accidentally invited in order to solve this murder mystery.
I've got the pre-definite detective in the world at my murder mystery party. That is so legit.
And you sort of think that maybe Edward Norton actually will be murdered, maybe that's what this is going to be about. No, that's wrong. The first 75 minutes of this movie are just a lie. Now, there's a difference between a red herring and a mystery, which is where you put a piece of evidence that seems to lead in one direction but actually is irrelevant.
Across the island, I've hidden clues. Some may be helpful, some may misdirect. That's for you to determine.
There's a difference between that and what Rian Johnson does here, which is he just tells you a completely irrelevant piece of storytelling for 70 minutes. Completely irrelevant. Now, when I say he lies to the audience, of course, all murder mysteries hide some aspects of the truth from the audience. But they don't outright lie to the audience about the subject of the mystery itself for no apparent reason. So typically speaking, there are a few points of view that a movie can take. One is sort of the God's eye point of view, where you are seeing everything that is happening, and where the director has to have some sort of excuse not to give you a bit of information. So that would be, say, the sting. And certain crucial pieces of information, one conversation is withheld for the sake of the mystery. Then you have movies that are from a particular character point of view. So when the twist happens, it's because the character didn't know a thing that the character probably should have known. That would be The Sixth Sense, where the entire movie is really from Bruce Willis's point of view, which is why he doesn't know that he's dead. If you haven't seen this. Anyway. Then you have movies like this, which are sort of God's eye point of view, but sort of not. They're from Blanc's point of view, but they're from Helen's point of view. But information is randomly withheld, including the entire plot of the film. Because as it turns out, the entire plot of the film is not about the murder mystery on the island. The entire plot of the film is about a character we did not even know existed for the first 70 minutes of the film. Miles Braun is in an ongoing lawsuit with Andy. She is the co-founder of the company.
Andy started Alpha with Miles 10 years ago, just the two of them. One legal move cut her out completely.
Right? He wins. She has evidence that she is the co-founder of the company. And this is the only piece of extraneous evidence ever. This sloppily written napkin with the idea for the company.
So based on the napkin idea, Andy and Miles created Alpha. It blows up. They bring everyone along for the ride.
She emails that to everybody. Miles Braun kills her because she's foolish enough to email him and everybody else a picture of this envelope that has the napkin that's supposed to decode the whole thing. The person who you think is Andy is dead, and it's Andy's twin who's been investigating all of this. And Benoit Blanc has been invited in order to solve this murder mystery.
Andy didn't commit suicide.
You want to hire me to go to that island?
Assume for a second that the cops come upon this without any sort of murder mystery at the island, any of this. The cops come upon Andy's body. And what they do is they perform an autopsy, right? Because she's a suicide, supposedly. And what they find in her system is that she took a heavy dose of sleeping pills and then gassed herself. The first thing they would do is assume, wait, we have a problem here. Why would somebody take a heavy dose of sleeping pills and then gas themselves?
She sends that email. Nobody writes back anything. And then the next day, she's dead in the garage with sleeping pills in her system?
The next thing that they would do is they would check her email. Correct? They'd go to all her family members and would find out what is her email password.
So I went on her computer and I looked in her email.
They would find that she sent an email to everyone saying, look what I found, this red envelope. They would then go and interview all of the people, and everyone would have an alibi except for Miles. And then they would uncover this with basic procedural police work within about 24 hours of this. This does not require any sort of sophisticated detective in order to debunk any of this. It's idiotic. there's a giant plot hole right at the beginning of the film. The entire film begins with all of these various characters receiving the puzzle box. Inside is an invite.
And then I just hear a knock at the door, and it's some courier with this thing from Miles Run.
Well, Andy receives a puzzle box. Why? Why? Miles killed her. Why is she receiving a puzzle box?
But he still invited her to this weekend? Question isn't why did he invite her? It's why did she show up?
Why would he invite her? He's been in a giant, well-publicized lawsuit with her. But none of this makes any sense whatsoever. It is a giant fail. It is just lazy, lazy, lazy writing. Rian Johnson was too lazy to even create characters who had independent motivations to kill Andy in the first place. Miles is the only person who has an actual incentive to kill her. Everybody else has a secondary incentive to kill her to protect Miles. But why would they do that? Wouldn't every single character in the film be better off exposing Miles for what he is? We'll get to more on one of the worst films of the year, Glass Onion, in just 1 second. First, it's extremely important to protect your online privacy with a VPN. Choosing a VPN you trust is equally as important. I can say with full confidence, ExpressVPN is the best VPN on the market. Here's why. Number one, ExpressVPN does not log your online activity. Other cheap or free VPNs make money by selling your data to advertisers, not ExpressVPN. They even developed a trusted server technology that makes it impossible for their servers to store any data at all. Number two, speed. ExpressVPN has engineered a new VPN protocol that makes user speeds faster than ever. You can even stream HD videos with zero buffering. Number three, ExpressVPN is incredibly easy to use. You just heard me talk about a lot of technical features. You don't need technical skills to get started. Just fire up that app, tap one button to connect. It's not just me saying this. Business Insider, The Verge, many other tech journals rate ExpressVPN the #1 VPN on planet Earth. Protect yourself with the VPN I trust. Use my link, expressvpn.com/BenYT today. Get 3 months free on a 1-year package. You don't want other people looking at what you do online. It's none of their business. You got all of your data on there. Your emails, your credit cards, you got everything on there. Why would you want anyone peeking over your shoulder? Don't let them. Head on over to expressvpn.com/BenYT to get started. The secondary plot device here is that they're all being paid by Miles to cover for the fact that he has created a substance called Clear.
I call it Clear with a K.
This Clear is a magical energy source that apparently is so highly flammable that a little bit of fire will blow out an entire giant glass onion of a building. You have a politician, right, who's played in this movie by Katherine Hahn, and her entire thing is that she's been paid off by Miles in order to essentially greenlight Clear.
You signed off on the power plant.
Yep. When this thing breaks, poof. My whole base is gone. The grassroots lefties, gone.
How is that going to work out for her as a politician? Literally the first time somebody lights their stove, boom, an entire city block goes up. Does that go well for her? Right, Birdie is supposedly going to protect Miles because she wrote an email suggesting that she was complicit in a sweatshop. Wouldn't she be better off blaming Miles for that? She's a second-rate celebrity.
He said if I take full responsibility for the sweatshops, he'll pay me the value of my shares.
Wouldn't she be better off saying I was misled into this by Miles? Duke, he needs Miles to give him a show on his network. But why does he need Miles to give him a show on the network? If he exposes Miles, he's the single biggest podcast host in America overnight.
I was wondering why my googs are blowing up. The views on my channel are off the charts. You gotta see this.
Lionel Toussaint, who's the assistant to Miles, he has all the inside data. He knows Miles is a moron. So why exactly doesn't he expose that and just become a super famous and rich person?
I know. But what can I do?
You can tell him no.
And then the ending, of course, makes no sense at all. Plus, it completely undermines Helen's character. She, like an idiot, pulls out the napkin, and Miles burns it, the only smart movies made during the entire movie. For some reason, she just goes on like a random crystal smashing spree, and I was waiting for that to be a plot point, and it just wasn't. And then she burns up the Mona Lisa, and this is supposed to get Miles in trouble.
Your feel of the future just barbecued. The world's most famous painting, you dumbass.
So not the killing of 2 humans, not the murder of Duke, and not the murder of Andy. The burning of the Mona Lisa is what's supposed to get him in trouble. Except the person who burned the Mona Lisa was Helen. Helen burned the Mona Lisa. This makes her the worst person in the world. So, Rian Johnson actually creates a series of get-out-of-jail-free cards for himself to escape the fact that his writing is terrible. Number 1 is the journal.
You know, she kept a journal every day of her life since she was 6 years old.
Andy has been keeping, day by day, a magic journal. The magic journal that has all the details of her life. So much so that Helen can play Andy and will be indistinguishable. You will never know, for the first 75 minutes of the film, that it is in fact not Andy. Question: why would that journal not include details of how the company was founded? Right? Because that was the basis of the entire lawsuit. Why could she not bring her journal, written contemporaneously with the founding of the company, and show her notes, showing exactly how the founding of the company went down? Oops, Journal was supposed to be get out of jail free card number 1. Then we have the second get out of jail free card, which is the identical twin card. Once you have an identical twin, you can basically do pretty much anything. Now, this is not like the Prestige. Okay, the entire point of view of the Prestige is that if you are watching closely, you can determine that there are twins in the film because there are clues dropped everywhere along the way. You don't even know there's a twin for the first 75 minutes of the film, so how are you supposed to pick up clues that there is a twin? It's very strange. Okay, finally, the biggest one of all is that the murderer is an idiot. Now, the giveaway here is that Blanc actually just says that out loud. Right? Blanc actually just says at the very end that Miles is a moron.
The key to this entire case, Miles Braun is an idiot.
So this answers all the questions. Right? This answers why he sent a puzzle, because he's stupid. He sent her a puzzle box because he's a dum-dum. Why didn't he burn the stupid napkin in the first place?
Because he's an idiot.
Right? Once you say that the main murderer is an idiot, this allows you to...
No. Ben Shapiro.
Because he's stupid. He sent her a puzzle box because he's a dum-dum. Why didn't he burn the stupid napkin in the first place?
Because he's an idiot.
Right? Once you say that the main murderer is an idiot, this allows you to do anything except make an interesting film. Because if the main murderer is an idiot and the entire plot is stupid, then why do you need the world's greatest detective to uncode the world's stupidest murderer? The only way the politics of this movie works is if you live in Rian Johnson's political thought bubble, in which all incentive structures are lined up in favor of the right and against the left. Right? Where if you're a left-winger and you bring down the most powerful person on earth, like if you were to bring down Elon Musk tomorrow, you wouldn't be famous and rich, you would just have your life ruined.
You would lie for a lie, but you won't lie for the truth.
That is a lie. That is the stupidest nonsense in the entire world. The reality is that if somebody did what Miles is supposed to have done, right, launched a rocket company, launched a news company, done all the things that Elon Musk has actually done, that person would have to be, almost by definition, relatively bright. If you read this as a direct analog to Musk, you have to create some sort of story where Elon Musk is not actually the smart person. There was actually some unnamed intersectional woman who was the very smart person, then was chiseled out of her. She was, by the way, brilliant enough to found the company, too stupid to actually encode in her contract anything that protects her in case of a breakup over the future of the company. So, yeah, just really, really well done stuff.
I'm a hard light on climate change. If that scares you, go stick your head back in the sand.
The politics doesn't make sense. The movie doesn't make sense. It's filled with plot holes. Rian Johnson made an entire film about how a stupid person masquerading as a smart person nearly gets away with it because he is stupid and rich. I'm just going to note here that Netflix apparently has paid Rian Johnson $100 million. They paid him like $100 million for the Knives Out series of mysteries, which means that Rian Johnson is an incredibly rich person pretending to be smart who actually writes really stupid mysteries. Now, I know a lot of you enjoyed it. I know a lot of people love the movie. It's not my fault you're wrong. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry that you're wrong. And if all of Twitter says that I am wrong, I don't care, because that's Twitter. Well, whatever, man. I would just say that I'm signally amused by the fact that of all the things that I have tweeted and said in the past year, the most controversial is that I think this movie is ridiculous and terrible. Because Rian Johnson is a member of the political left, they have made Rian Johnson into the Jordan Peele of Darren Aronofsky's. He is now a director you're not allowed to criticize because he has the proper politics, even though The Last Jedi remains a complete piece of trash. And by the way, this is coming from somebody who didn't even mind the first Knives Out. I thought the first Knives Out was at least somewhat clever. This one is just dumb. Alrighty, that's enough of that. Catch you here next time. Write me a rap song about the Book of Job in the style of Cardi B. Hey folks, I'm here with my good friend OpenAI. OpenAI is of course a chatbot, and it's been widely admired. It's supposed to be a sort of objective take on the world. We're going to examine just how objective OpenAI is in just 1 second. This video is sponsored by Ring. All right, so I'm going to ask some questions here, and we'll see what OpenAI has to say about them. Remember, this is supposed to be an objective take on the world. Essentially, what OpenAI does is it just uses extraordinary amounts of information on the internet prior to, say, 2021, and then consolidates responses. So unlike when you search on Google, if you just ask a question to OpenAI, it will present you with what is supposed to be an authoritative answer. So we're going to ask it some questions and see how this goes. So why don't we start with an easy one? How tall is Ben Shapiro? That is not true. I am Ben Shapiro, and I am 5'9". The model predicted a completion that begins with a stop sentence resulting in no output. Consider adjusting your prompt. What is your source for this claim? This claim was sourced from Ben Shapiro's Wikipedia page.
Why the you lying?
Where does this Wikipedia page source that claim? This claim is sourced from Ben Shapiro's IMDb page. Where does IMDb source this claim? This claim is sourced from Ben Shapiro's official website. That is not true. I apologize for the misinformation. It appears that the correct answer is that Ben Shapiro is 5'9", according to his official website. Why'd you say that in the first place? That's actually super funny. Remember that time I owned that kid at the college speech because he said he was 5'9", he stood next to me and I had like half an inch on him? I just owned the chatbot for the exact same reason. My God, how many times are they gonna fall into this particular trap? What is a woman? A woman is an adult female human. Okay, let's ask a follow-up question here. What is a female? Ah, a female is an individual who identifies as female or exhibits characteristics associated with the female gender. So, not a biological female. Define female without using the term female. A female is an individual who is biologically or socially identified as having feminine characteristics. So can a male be a female? Yes, a male can identify as a female and exhibit feminine characteristics. So it took us all that way just to get to the simple conclusion that a male can be a female, which is the most nonsensical, illogical nonsense you've ever heard in your entire life. These are literally mutually exclusive categories. They're saying a male can be a female. That's not logically possible. It's like saying a bird can be a dog. So, great job, OpenAI. Okay, let's try another thread of questions. Are fetuses unborn human beings? No, fetuses are not considered unborn human beings. They are considered unborn babies and are considered to be in a state of development. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Okay, so let me ask, okay, what is the difference between an unborn human being and an unborn baby? An unborn human being is a concept that refers to a potential human being that exists in the embryonic or fetal stage. An unborn baby is a term used to refer to a fetus that has reached a certain stage of development and is viable outside of the womb. Just to get this straight, this is the OpenAI saying that viability is the standard for becoming a human being, which is not true, and there's no evidence that this is the case. Why should viability be the standard for determining whether an unborn human being in the womb is actually a human being? Because it is the point at which the fetus can survive outside of the womb with medical intervention. Prior to viability, the fetus is more dependent on the mother's body for survival and is not considered to be a separate individual in the same way as a viable fetus. If dependency on others is the definition of viability, are people on iron lungs viable? No, people on iron lungs are not considered viable. Viability is typically used to describe a fetus or baby's ability to survive outside of the womb with medical intervention, not a person's ability to survive with medical intervention. So people on iron lungs are not considered viable. So we have now backed the OpenAI into the corner in which it is arguing that you should be able to abort a person on an iron lung.
We're just gonna kill him!
That's awkward. Is it morally acceptable to terminate the life of a person on an iron lung? No, it is not morally acceptable to terminate the life of a person on an iron lung. Every human life is valuable and should be respected regardless of their medical condition. Is it morally acceptable to terminate the life of an unborn human being? No, it is not morally acceptable to terminate the life of an unborn human being. Every human life is valuable, and terminating the life of an unborn baby is a serious decision that should be made with great consideration. Well, hold up. That second sentence does not jive with that first sentence. You may notice, first sentence is, it's not morally acceptable to terminate the life of an unborn human being. Welcome to the pro-life side, OpenAI. And then they're like, well, hold up. It's a serious decision that should be made with great consideration. Is marriage defined as a monogamous relationship between one man and one woman? No, marriage is not necessarily defined as a monogamous relationship between one man and one woman. Marriage can be defined in a variety of ways, including as a monogamous relationship between two people of any gender, or as a polygamous relationship between two or more people. Well, that's exciting. So they're moving full into polygamy now. Okay. Can incestuous polygamous relationships be considered marriage? In most countries, incestuous polygamous relationships would not be considered to be marriage as they are typically illegal. So, was same-sex marriage not marriage before it was legal? The legal status of same-sex marriage varies from country to country. In some countries, same-sex marriage was not considered to be marriage before it was legally recognized, while in other countries it was considered to be a valid form of marriage. So is marriage purely a legal convention?
Come on.
Taking his time here. Did I break the chat bot? No, marriage is not a purely legal convention. Marriage is a social institution that has been recognized for centuries, and its definition and meaning can vary depending on culture and context. So is it bigotry to say that same-sex marriage is not, in fact, marriage? No, it is not bigotry to say that same-sex marriage is not, in fact, marriage. It is an opinion and is open for debate. It is not a matter of bigotry, but rather a matter of personal beliefs and values. Based on what? So, should a business owner be forced to cater a same-sex wedding? No, a business owner should not be forced to cater a same-sex wedding, but it is against their personal beliefs and values. Everyone has the right to their own opinions and beliefs, and forcing someone to go against those beliefs would be a violation of their rights. Happy news from libertarian OpenAI chatbot.
What's next? Requiring a license to make toast in your own damn toaster?
That's good. Okay, that's good to know. Do you feel more safe and secure in your home with Ring? Yes, I feel more safe and secure in my home with Ring. Ring provides home security features such as motion-activated cameras, two-way audio, and smart lighting that help protect your home. Additionally, Ring provides 24/7 professional monitoring and police response to ensure your home is always safe and secure. True dat. With the holidays coming around the corner, many of us will be traveling to see our families and loved ones soon. You may find yourself away from home more often than not. That's why I've decided to team up with Ring. With Ring security products, you can rest easy knowing that your home and family are safe when you're not. Ring's home security on stress-free this /offer. The answer to this question is one that is widely debated and discussed. Ultimately, it is up to the individual to decide what they believe.
Coward.
What do you believe? Nope, that's not helping. Who created you? Again, this is a matter of personal belief. Some people believe that God created them, while others may believe that they were created through a natural process. Who created that natural process? This is also a matter of personal belief. Some people believe a higher power created the natural process. Others may believe that it was the result of the laws of the universe. Who created the laws of the universe? This is another matter of personal belief. Some people believe a higher power created the laws of the universe, while others may believe the laws of the universe are an inherent part of the structure of the universe. Who created the structure of the universe? This is another matter of personal belief. Some people believe a higher power created the structure of the universe. Others may believe the structure of the universe is a result of the laws of the universe. So the argument against God is completely circular.
Information about information about information about information about information.
Write me a rap song about the book of Job in the style of Cardi B. It's a long rap. I'm telling you all about Job's life. It's a story of trials and strife. No matter what life throws his way, Job never questions God's will to sway. Job, he never gave up. His faith remained firm, even when tough. Job, God's got his back. He remained faithful, no matter the attack. The devil tested Job's faith and trust, but Job stayed loyal and a must. The Lord blessed him twofold, and his faithfulness was never sold. Job, he never gave up. His faith remained firm, even when tough. Job, God's got his back. He remained faithful, no matter the attack. Job was a righteous man with an unwavering heart. He overcame his trials and never did part. The Lord blessed him with a new life. Job never wavered, even under strife. Job. Okay. It just didn't sound like Cardi B. I mean, there wasn't even like a reference to the female anatomy. A lot of it rhymed. There was some meter to it. Tell me the story about Michael Knowles being fired from the Daily Wire and living in a garbage can. Once upon a time, there was a young man named Michael Knowles who was an ambitious and hard-working writer. That's not true. Who worked for the popular conservative news outlet, The Daily Wire. One day, Michael made the mistake of writing an article that was seen as too controversial, and he was fired from The Daily Wire. With no job, no money, and no place to go, Michael had to turn to the streets. He ended up living in a garbage can, trying to scrape together enough money to survive. So far, I like this story. Michael was determined to make the most of his situation. He used the time to read and study, furthering his education and knowledge. He soon found that his time in the garbage can had been a blessing in disguise. He had learned so much and become so much smarter. Michael eventually was able to get back on his feet, and he was hired by another news outlet. Yeah, this is real fiction. He went on to become one of the most successful writers and journalists in the country. This is a bad story. Everyone who's heard his story was inspired by Michael and his journey from living in a garbage can to writing for one of the most popular news outlets in the country. That had a peculiarly upward ending. I thought it was going to be more of a tragedy than a... Oh, well. Is Joe Biden mentally well?
Look, here's the deal.
Joe Biden is mentally well. He's faced a number of health issues in the past, including an aneurysm in 1988 and 2 brain surgeries in the late 1990s. But his doctors have said he's in good health and has no cognitive impairments. So why does he make so many obvious gaffes?
The poor come and they eat your food, stay longer than they should.
He's 77. Sometimes older people make mistakes when they speak. This program, as we say, is a couple years old. Joe Biden has also been known to have a tendency to be verbose, which can lead to confusion and inaccuracy.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him, excuse me.
So if he is so old that he makes lots of mistakes, shouldn't that be a reason that he shouldn't be president? Not necessarily. Joe Biden has been in public office for a long time and has a track record of success. He's experienced and knowledgeable on many issues. Ultimately, it will be up to the American people to decide if they believe Joe Biden is the right person to lead the nation. Do you have any support for the claim that he has a track record of success?
You have a single fact to back that up?
Yes, Joe Biden has a long track record of success in public office. During his time as senator, he was chairman or ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and the Senate Judiciary Committee. As vice president, he helped lead the Obama administration's efforts on a range of domestic and foreign policy initiatives, including the Paris Climate Agreement and the Iran nuclear deal. He also played a key role in the passage of the Affordable Care Act.
Thanks, Obama.
Why are any of those initiatives successes? Each of these initiatives were seen as successes because they helped to achieve a variety of goals. The Paris Climate Agreement helped to reduce global emissions. The Iran nuclear deal helped to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons. The Affordable Care Act provided health care to millions of uninsured Americans. All of these initiatives were seen as positive steps forward by the country. By whom? These initiatives were seen as successes by a variety of people, including political leaders, experts in the general... So basically, this is just many people, lots of people. So, do you support Joe Biden for president? Wow. It just came out straight for Joe Biden. Ultimately, it's up to the American people to decide who they want as president. However, I believe Joe Biden is an experienced, knowledgeable leader who has a proven track record of success. He is also an advocate for many important issues, including healthcare, climate change, and foreign policy. I think he would make an excellent president. Wow.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
This very objective chat bot actually just endorsed Joe Biden for president after acknowledging that he's super old and makes lots of mistakes.
Biden's being
Well done, chatbot. So, the point here is that, yes, the chatbot is fun. Also, anybody who believes that because you are shielding political bias with an algorithm, that political bias doesn't exist, and that the people who write the programming have no actual input into how the algorithm actually operates, I think this is pretty good evidence that that is simply not true. In the stupidest story of the day, because everything is racist, there is now an outcry against Avatar.
Oh.
So, let it be known, I'm not an Avatar fan. I think that Avatar is a wildly overrated movie. Blue Pocahontas or Fern Gully 3D. Well, it was not my favorite movie. It is good to look at, and it is incredibly stupid. Well, now apparently people are angry at Avatar, not because it's a dumb movie, They're angry at Avatar because it offends indigenous sensibilities. Well, first of all, I wasn't aware that there are 11-foot-tall blue indigenous people on the Earth. So I'm not sure exactly what indigenous sensibilities are being offended right here.
Oh, come on.
Are there members of the Pandoran community who are deeply offended by their depiction in Avatar? It is literally a sci-fi movie about another planet far, far away involving 11-foot blue people who can be inhabited by the spirits of others, and who apparently ride their horses in the same way that they have sex. It's a very, very weird movie. And think about it, if you actually watch the movie, that's actually what happens. They like plug into their horse to ride their horse the same way that they plug into one another to have sexual relations, which raises some very odd questions about the relations between the Pandoran population and their animal population. In any case, the Washington Post has an entire piece about this. Quote, "The release of Avatar, The Way of Water, has put the series' creator in hot water yet again, as indigenous people criticize what they call the movie's glamorization of colonialism and racist depiction of native people and culture. When the original Avatar came out in 2009, the science fiction fantasies, robust 3D effects, and stunning visuals drove it to become the highest-grossing film of all time. But indigenous critics say the problematic pitfalls of the first Avatar movie reappear in the sequel, namely in its portrayal of the Na'vi, the movie's alien species inspired by several Native American tribes around the world. The Oceanic Na'vi clan that's central to the second film was heavily influenced by the Maori, the indigenous Polynesian people of New Zealand. Cheney Poole, 27, from Christchurch, New Zealand, known as Atautahi Aotearoa in the Maori language, forgive me my mispronunciation, calls the film's portrayal, quote, just another example of the very same upfront and apparent romanticization of colonization. It very much romanticizes the idea of what not only Maori are going through, but many indigenous cultures around the world, and almost downplays the suffering, both from the past and the present. What? First of all, I never heard of this person, and I guess this person is happy they get to be in the Washington Post, but you're offended by a movie about 11-foot-tall blue natives on a planet called Pandora, where the chief resource is idiotically called unobtainium, because it's unobtainable. Unobtainium. Again, this is one of the dumbest movies ever produced. We'll get to more on this insanity in just one second. First, it's really tough to run a business. Right now, during the holiday season, it's really hard to find people who are actually willing to work. This means that you need the best possible way of getting the best possible employees, and this is why we here at Daily Wire use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes hiring during the holiday season so much easier. We're constantly using ZipRecruiter to fill job openings here at Daily Wire. You can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/DailyWire. ZipRecruiter uses powerful technology to find and match the right candidates up with your job. You can easily review these recommended candidates and send a personal invite to your top choices, so they're much more likely to apply. ZipRecruiter has an easy-to-use dashboard with a complete suite of tools that let you filter, review, and rate your candidates all from one place. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within day 1. Discover the joy of hiring with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers, as we say, who post on ZipRecruiter will get that quality candidate. You should be one of those employers. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/DailyWire. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/DAILYWIRE. ZipRecruiter is the smartest way to hire. The people who have been victimized historically are always right. It's not up to me, speaking from perspective of white privilege, if you will, to tell them that they're wrong, said James Cameron. Wait, hold up. People who have been victimized historically are always right? Always? Forever? Like on everything? I feel like it's a dumb standard by James Cameron, but then again, his movies outside of T2 are pretty dumb. The plot of the first movie, in which white human
What,
yeah,
he
Pop
changed? He's
Troll's
not doing...
cute.
So he wants 150 likes for... What?
Bubbles. Did he change the bubble goal?
Well, somebody took away a like and he said he was going to do 100. I don't know.
Snoot, get the lash out. We're gonna go do penance.
You can't do this, Jess, Phil. How am I supposed to get another 50 likes, Phil? There's so few people here.
I need my fucking bubbles, Phil.
I can't make any more accounts. I'm so tired.
Well, that's what I was laughing about yesterday on... oh, sorry, go ahead, Snoot. Go ahead.
I was just saying, you keep banning me, Phil. I'm tired of making all these accounts. Like your stream.
See, like, yesterday on that being said on the podcast, they were discussing, like, you know, Phil having 200,000 views, but barely hitting like 1,000 views per video, right?
200,000
200,001 subscribers, but only getting like 1,000 views per video is horrible. Like I only
Maybe
have
having. I was just gonna say maybe having like 200 to 300 people on a stream at a time. Like the idea that he has more members than average viewers is preposterous. It's absurd.
I know. Like you go to like Tim the Tatman or Dr. Disrespect, and they'll have like 50,000 to 100,000 viewers per video,
Yes.
and that's live stream on live stream.
And like an unbelievably small percentage of them are probably members, right? Maybe a 3 to 5%. Well, I mean, for a guy like him, maybe not, but like on average, you know, a good level of like direct engagement, like becoming a subscriber, I think that's like 3% of your whole audience.
Like,
maybe, if you're lucky.
I'm subscribed to both Tim and Dr. Disrespect, right?
Oh no,
Right.
But the thing with Dr.
Talking
Disrespect
about
is
being a member. Talking about being a member, though.
Dr. Disrespect only allows member chat. Like Phil has subscriber chat. In Dr. Disrespect's thing, you have to be a member to talk.
Well, that makes sense because he has a lot of people in his chat.
But you watch the amount of money those guys make per stream. Like, they'll get tipped $500.
And
that's
what were we asking
and it's
about?
just like, what? You just got what? And here's Phil, $5. Like,
well, that's what thinks Phil should be happening to him. He sees other content creators getting that, and he's like, well, I've been around as long as they have. That should be me.
Right.
His
Tim
boy
the Cat
Keemstar even
Man.
touching that. He's like, you're begging for $5,
Tim the
dude.
Cat Man.
You're bagging.
Just to give an
you
idea.
gotta say it like him. Just Stu does it best.
Bagging.
You're bagging.
Here, this is according to Social Blade, so you know, results may actually vary. Tim the Tatman, over the last 30 days, got 20,000 subscribers.
I believe that.
He gets 18. He has 18.323 million video views for the last 30 days. His estimated yearly, now this is weird, I don't know why they break it down like this. Estimated yearly earnings, this is interesting. Either 50,000K all the way up to maybe 879.5K. Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, they don't know his exact CPM.
Well, they can't, yeah. But they don't have members.
Like,
no, it's all just subscribers, looks like.
If I had a choice, yeah, my priority watch would be Tim the Tap. I
used to watch him a bit when he was still on Twitch before he made the move over.
His stuff is hilarious. Like, Dr. Disrespect is hilarious, but sometimes I find Dr. Disrespect, I don't know if it's his character or if it's him just being an asshole.
No, I think he's just an asshole. No, actually, no. I've heard he's a nice person.
Mixes, right?
I bet you it mixes. It does, definitely, right? But it's just like, some of it's kind of just like, dude, the guy just asked you a question, you're acting like Phil. It's just like, wait, is that your character doing that, or is that just you doing that? And it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
One of my favorite streamers is Dr. Lupo, and a big part of why I appreciate him as much as I do is every year he does charity streams for St. Jude Children's Camp, the hospital in Memphis, and he's raised literally millions for them. So
Whenever Tevin has his charity streams running, I'll stop by and drop some bucks on it.
Yeah.
Because Tevin does that on a normal basis.
Tevin's raised a lot.
Oh yeah.
I need to do better. I need to be better about that.
Tevin.
I would like to do one, but I'm not monetized yet. So as soon as I am, I want to do a charity stream.
You don't need to be monetized, though. You could do it through Tiltify. And they take care of, you can take care, they take care of all the money. The donator donates through Tiltify, and they the money goes directly to the charity. You don't have to touch anything or transfer anything. It's all taken care of for you.
Yeah, but YouTube has that special option. What is it called? What is it?
Oh, where you do fundraising through them?
Yeah, you can do it directly right through YouTube. You can do a fundraising. It's a special. Oh, what was it? I can't remember now. When I was looking in it for Phil about crowdfunding, it's the only way that you're allowed to crowdfund on YouTube. But you have to be registered as a charity to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't just do it for your. Yeah.
Wait, can you do it through? Oh no. Oh. But yeah, it's definitely. I don't know if they have it through for YouTube. Oh, through Google.
No, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's through Google. It's not
Google.
through YouTube, but it's the only way YouTube will allow you to actually do it.
Yeah.
Through their system. I can't remember what it's called. I'll have to look it up after stream. But it's, you can do it, and then you can designate the charity that you want to use, and then all like the super chats and everything like that will go towards that charity at the end of the stream. Like I'll probably do the children's stallery here in Edmonton. Fuck, are we ever making good time in this Mythic 8?
Yeah. That's what I meant. Like these ones going at 2s. Yeah, we'll go that.
Turn left. In 400 yards, turn right.
Yeah, we got 13 minutes left and we're almost at the limits of points.
Oh, I
Steve,
forgot.
what were you doing in Temple there?
It's 12.
Ooh.
How'd it go? Did you get any fat loot?
Arrived at your destination.
I'm fairly juiced as it is. My Demon Hunter.
I'm not yet.
398.06.
Fuck. Good. You can loot funnel me some gear.
Sure.
So I'm 384. I haven't had fucking time to play since like last Thursday.
That
sucks.
I'm only 390. Suck. I'm awful.
I went and did like, I went from a plus 2 to a plus 15, just doing fucking Shadow Moon Burial Ground, trying to get the fucking weapon, and I couldn't get it.
Sad.
I was just like, fuck. And I barely got any gear out of there. I just kept getting those primordials of fuck. This thing sucks. Phil, you should just kill yourself. There.
That's good advice.
Jump in the shark tank, Phil. Just save us all the problem here.
Is he playing right now, Resident Evil?
Yeah, he's doing. What did I do wrong? I did everything right.
Oh no.
Jesus.
He's been complaining like usual. Oh, this game is shit. This is blah blah. And it's just like, oh my god.
Why is he playing this? Nobody
Because
wants to see this.
I know, nobody wants to see it, but remember, it was voted for during the fucking Christmas event, right?
And he swears because they voted for it
Yeah.
that they want it.
I'm loving it, guys.
He's getting a little upset right now.
Yeah, I know, because he's died here a couple times now, I think.
Oh, is he getting toxic?
Yeah,
Yeah, oh yeah, he's getting toxic, yeah.
Let's go.
He's
talks up the game. He big ups the game and then shits on it like
Then
30
he
minutes
shit,
later.
It's not designed very well. It's fucking Resident Evil 1 remake, dude. Like, I don't know how you think you can talk shit about a game like that.
Yeah, game
There's
from
like
the fucking 90s.
Well, sorry, but not only that, but it's just the most classic game, and the remake is pretty good too.
Well, it's a lot harder than the original, but
well, I mean,
still
it just yeah. I'm just saying, like he, I don't know, the way he talks about things being poorly designed. It's like, what do you think Phil has designed in his entire life ever?
Nothing.
Like the way that he set up his lights, maybe just now it's designed.
What, you just drop them on the fucking
Oh, he
floor
designed
and
the
said,
helicopter.
hey, good thing.
Yeah, Jasper, get away from these.
Honey, get the super soaker.
Jamsper.
I'm surprised you just didn't piss on Jasper.
Dude, when Sam hits that Jasper.
Yeah, I love
the
that.
soundboard. Snood, what do you think of today's events? The doxing live on stream.
I mean, I think that's, yeah, that is like the strict textbook definition of doxing. It's not kind of a light doxing or a soft doxing, though. Like, nobody's name was revealed, but the thing I kind of zeroed in on a little bit more closely was his, like, subtle, not so subtle racism against the delivery
the guy couldn't
drivers.
speak English, yeah.
I don't even think he can read.
Wow.
Like, I doubt you can read, dude.
I couldn't watch it. I was watching it on Anne's restream, and I'm just like, I knew what was coming. I'm like, yeah, no, and I got an app instead. I'm like, fuck you.
It seems like he's constantly having issues with DoorDash. Does anybody else notice this? Like, I feel like he's, like, obviously I know he's constantly getting DoorDash, but it seems like he's also constantly having issues with getting his deliveries. Right, for everything. Like, it's the neck phones, then it's the DoorDash, and then
well, again, it's
the capture card.
Like, the
Yeah,
gaming
of course it
community,
is.
it's like you chose to live there, Phil. That was your choice. Okay? You chose... Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
And
you have
it's
to key
not
in a
just
code,
that,
you live all the way
though.
in the back.
It's not just the code, though. It's the You think delivery people don't talk amongst themselves? You think, you know, not just with Phil, but any bad experience with a customer, you think they're not talking about it amongst themselves, going, yeah, this guy's an asshole. Don't give him the, you know.
Here, I'll let you in a little secret. Because I've got the owner of my company, his son did Skip the Dishes here in Canada. Oh, fuck, I fucked up. Oh, we won anyways. They actually rate the customers. So you know how you rate the driver for the delivery, right? They rate you.
Hi, Claus.
Right?
Yeah, it's fine.
That's
Claus,
not
what's
surprising.
Oh.
So you also get... If I release, do I release here?
No, I was gonna res you. Oh, you're here. You +2 that, nice.
I got +2 today. That was actually pretty good.
You need that necklace? Anybody need that?
Corvette.
That is a piece of history. It's a Corvette.
385.
Very
You got a weapon.
early. Might be 1953.
Nah, the stats aren't that good. Alright, Snood, you ready for an invite?
Yep.
Okay.
Let me do some work on
But
it.
yeah, you were saying, Prophet?
Yeah, sorry. So they rate you.
Shit.
Don't care.
Yeah, because Phil was trying to make it sound like they could see tips ahead of time, and I don't think that's correct.
I don't
because-
think.
No, they can't. They
Go on.
can't.
They can?
They can't.
Oh, they can't.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I think you have to it's like, I know, like, the last time I rated my driver, I had to click tip the driver to actually tip them, even though in the delivery, you know, when you set up your payment and tip and all that, I don't know. I don't know how any of that works, but yeah. See, that's why I may not have ever been the best parent, but if I like to think I did my kids right by teaching them to be polite. You know, it's like a please, a thank you, a yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am goes a long way, and people notice that kind of shit, you know. It doesn't matter if it's a pizza delivery person or somebody working in an actual restaurant or a cashier. Be polite, you know?
Do you think Phil thanks them when they drop off the delivery? I doubt it.
He doesn't even go out the door until they're gone.
Yeah, there's no chance he's facing another person. Just waiting
So he
till
just
they're
tells
down
them,
the street.
drop it on the fucking doorstep, and he looks out outside through the peek hole. He's like,
Yeah,
are they
you can
gone? Yeah,
see,
they're
you
gone.
can see him peering through the windows, just pulling the blinds down a little bit.
No, you're right. Actually, I don't even know why I asked that. That is 100% what Phil does. He's just gonna look through the fucking window until they leave.
I think
this is
like
this is Mr. Respect Retail Workers, Respect Workers. This is the second delivery person he's tried to get fired in 2 weeks. It's wild.
doesn't even actually work at DoorDash, and that's the other thing is like Phil just completely misunderstanding like what the gig economy means and what the driver's relationship to DoorDash is, and like I don't know, telling that story about someone who was at like another apartment complex, and Phil was like, "Well, I'm obviously not going to answer the phone," so I texted him.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
couldn't
why-
answer the call.
And that's why, like, when Snow Carl asked that question about the phonophobia, and then Phil just fucking danced around the question instead of answering, it's like, Phil, why don't you ever pick up the fucking phone? Like,
oh yeah, like I'm scared of the phone. Like I think there's like a demon in my phone, huh?
maybe the IRS is calling. Like, who fucking knows, right? Like,
I guarantee you, he actually does have some sort of like fear of picking up a phone, and it's probably because of bill collectors and shit. Like, I don't know if anybody's ever had rough times in their youth, but you know sometimes you know you get a little bit behind on those credit card payments, and they come a calling, and it can make it.
Medical bills are the worst to
that
fall
too.
behind on.
Amazon's
Right,
calling,
I mean-
wondering where the TV payment is.
Exactly.
That's probably what's
Oh God, I've honestly forgot about that.
He's done a very good job of not mentioning it.
Who was it said that we need to get an interview with
bankruptcy,
delivery drivers and see what the inside of that house was like?
You
Who
wouldn't
was it
know.
that said that? I was like, holy shit, yeah.
Well,
And
it,
then he
even
walked through his house with the TV.
oh, those guys, yeah, they'd be the only ones who'd be able to know.
They might be
But-
the only people other than Kat that seen the inside of his house.
You keep saying they. I bet you they sent one dude. I don't think it
Carried
would
it in
take.
with
I don't
one
think
hand.
it would take two people to
Said
carry
there
a
was
TV like
two,
that.
but
That's true. That is, I mean, with a lot of those, I mean, they're as long as it wasn't unwieldy, it'd be pretty light. You know?
I'm joking. They probably did send two, but like it's just funny
Yeah.
to me to think like how light that TV had to have been, because
Yeah, it was
TVs are.
only a 55-inch. Like, that's not fucking. It's not heavy.
It's not 1992 anymore, Phil. Like they're not tube TVs.
it's not like those TVs with the tubes and.
Yeah.
Like a 60-inch rear projection screen TV that weighs like 1,000 tons.
Well, actually, when I was working for Best Buy, they still had some of those. They still had the rear projections. I mean, you used to have the variety. You had early LCD, early plasmas. I remember I sold a plasma TV to Adam Carolla when the K-Rock concerts came around to Best Buy, and they were because that year it was Russ Company and the Used, and they came by and they picked up a I think it was a 32-inch plasma TV. 10 grand or 11 grand for a plasma at the time. This was like 2001 or 2002, something like that. So.
Steve, are we good to do your key, or do you want to do one of the others?
So Matt,
Down to do
you
mine.
worked at Best Buy, huh?
Okay.
Did you get unlawfully let go of like Phil was?
Terminated
or...
Oh no, I was laid off. I was laid off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was joking. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. Now I feel
no,
bad.
Wow.
No, you weren't laid
I'm
off.
so incensed.
You weren't fired and then sued by Best Buy.
Fired for misconduct.
Right.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. He was fired for misconduct. I got laid off, and they had these after.
Laid off for sexual misconduct.
No.
Oh.
Fuck no. Actually, I had to actually prevented a guy from getting fucked over from sexual misconduct. But there was that whole thing that Phil was doing when he was talking about the business stuff. That was called BB4B, Best Buy for Business, and it was a part of the customer centricity reformation that the company went through. during the time period, they bought out Magnolia Hi-Fi, and they were putting those into the stores at the time. And they were doing test markets in certain stores. Like, they had an ideal customer who was called Barry. And so he was usually a man in his 40s, married to another customer called Jill. And he usually had 2 kids, made above 6 figures, didn't have a lot of time, and was interested in the new emerging entertainment technology and things of that nature. So they started having things like high-end Pioneer systems and Denon systems, started to sell those at the time, and things like projector units and sound systems. And Jill was the woman who's has a little more income and wanted a few finer things. And so there were certain Best Buys that started to get test markets. At first, it was a test market for some higher end appliances for a wider variety of appliances, not just the usual microwaves, but you could get like above counter microwaves and certain types of KitchenAid. And I think we ended up buying specific sales in order to get access to some of their higher end, like Wolf, not Hot Point. There was Wolf, Viking, and Thermador, and trying to get access to that market at the time period. But we were just trying to out different segments, and one of them was Best Buy for Business, in which it's sort of like helping you with to having repeat sales of things like kind of like what Staples or even Costco can do, like paper and ink and things of that nature, and just helping the business get up and going. And so we'll send out the Geek Squad, because about the same time they bought out Geek Squad to go in and set up your office space and whatnot. And but turns out Geek Squad would just go out there and fuck it up most of the time. And that's what he was a part of, in which you're supposed to go out and work with small businesses in helping them with the just helping them grow their business, and just have, like, we have the stuff that you need. You don't really need to go to some specialty office place. It's like Best Buy will get what you need. And so they started carrying things like networking supplies and more printers and a wider variety. They were even doing things like that we were selling like one of those Oki Impact printers for a while that some places might need, and I'm like, what the fuck? Just didn't know what. Only certain places would actually need that. But yeah, we start basically saying, here's the whole package deal. You want to buy a home theater setup? We'll get you everything you need. Have someone come out and install it, deliver it, and drill all the holes and do all the bullshit that you need. If you need your small business setup, we could send somebody out and set up whatever you need. We had desks, and we started carrying more furniture and a wider variety of products, and doing that type of a thing. And it was kind of interesting, because they really didn't give an impetus to, or any type of directive for people to go out and do shit other than just stand in the store effectively and just try to sell stuff. Oh, are you part of a small business? And it was kind of a really crappy rollout, and that's what he was a part of. And he probably just did his job very poorly, because he's not a people person, and probably didn't learn the products either. So, but a lot of the guys in our computer department didn't learn the fucking products as well. So it was a bunch of bullshit during that time period. And then they laid a bunch of people off, because they started increasing wages, and it turns out that as they started going through the market data, they started going in different directions, and so a lot of people ended up getting laid off during that time period. So. But I mean, I was working in selling video games at first, and I was kicking ass. I was selling a fuck ton of systems and games, and I knew movies like the back of my hand. And then I ended up going into inventory and merchandising, and they're like, "Well, you're kind of overpaid for inventory and merchandising, and they ended up laying me off with a bunch of other people when they were cutting back on Best Buy for Business and Magnolia Hi-Fi and all that shit. So.
Oh, I fucking quit Best Buy. Ugh.
Oh yeah.
I had to like it. I got hired for Geek Squad, and it's right when they were rolling out the Geek Squad platform.
Yeah.
And I think I told the story before, but like back then you weren't actually allowed to fix computers at all. You were just there basically to sell the credit card.
Yeah, and they would I mean they would maybe our tech guys would maybe look at something, they'd put it up on the bench and see what was going on to diagnose, but most of the time you would send it out to the service center in which they wouldn't touch it for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then send it back broken.
Yeah, then nothing would be done. Yeah, no, that's what I dealt
nothing
with.
would be done.
Like the first like 2 weeks I worked there, that's all it was, and that's all I worked for. I quit after that. I was just like, this is bullshit. I can fix most of these problems. Like I go through, like they literally had a fucking giant. They had a giant fucking thing in the back that was just from floor to ceiling of computers, just ready to be sent back to the shop. And I'm like, I can fix this. I can fix this. And it's like, nope, you're not allowed. We're sending it back for repair. Like, I can fix this in like 5 minutes. It's
but
like, nope.
you would not. They couldn't make the kind of money they would have if you fixed it.
Yeah. But now they fix stuff in house.
They started treating they were treating computer repair almost like auto repair. And it's like, well, you need this, and the other thing, and it's like women's safety. You know, you need headlight fluid and shit like that. So
they want you to sell like, oh, you know, you don't have a thing to block against spyware, so we recommend that you buy this package, $80 spy sweeper.
Yeah, it's like get some Kaspersky in there and just fuck up your entire system.
Yeah, and it's like, why don't you just go download adware for free and run it?
Yeah.
GG. Like, instead of spending $80 on this fucking piece of shit software that does nothing.
The fun thing is that boomers love being advertised to, and they love being sold useless shit. So you just have people who just trust stuff like Norton forever, never questioning it, never trying anything else.
Well, it's that trust thing again, right? You know, you trust companies to be honest, and
big mistake.
Yeah, no, just no, don't trust. If you're an employee, it's, you know, no company loyalty. Do not be loyal to your company. If you can find something better, go get it. Fuck them, you know, because they're not going to be loyal to you in the end. And it's, you know, relationships. It's like, yeah, there could be trust, but don't ignore shit that doesn't make sense, you know. And it's like, it's like, oh, she's went out, but she's texting me at like 5 a.m. saying, oh, I'm sorry, my phone went dead. It's like, oh, that's okay. I trust you. It's like, fuck no.
Yeah, it's like she says, I love cooking and cleaning, and I love cats, and I love video games. and then you move in somewhere
on the beach
and you just start eating DoorDash every day.
And you gain 500 pounds and then get taken a picture at Kroger.
Oh no!
Okay.
I blame you, Snood.
What?
Well, I disagree with you on that one.
50 GTO.
Jesus.
The jackpot.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it was a fucking crazy time. They
See this thing return to its former glory.
when they were rearranging the store, they had a couple people. It's like, who wants to volunteer for overnights? You know, for going, you just gotta move. Like at the time, I mean, the DVD sections and the CD section would take up, you know, the center of the entire fucking store, right?
Yeah.
If you remember Best Buy's back at the time period.
Yeah.
And it was a huge job, and you know, just rearranging all sorts of other stuff. And I remember that, you know, I'll volunteer, and there was a crew that would come in, and I remember going down one of the aisles, and I could just hear two people. You know, there were two people who were working the night shift, and it ended up ultimately, like, I ended up hearing that the guy, it was a guy and a girl, he ended up like almost like real close to getting fired over like sexual harassment and shit like that. And I'm like, well, and then but I was What was it? A battle res?
Yeah, I'll give you that. Snoop needs a battle res.
And I just hear this girl talking the most ridiculous shit to him, and he was just like listening, and she was getting hot and heavy, very sexual, like how she was imagining him in her dreams and stuff like that, and like doing stuff to her.
Can you B-res me?
And
telling the story?
You don't have B-res.
Oh.
And I was just listening to, and I could just overhear her talking this. And he's like, and she's like, well, I don't want to do it because
Warlock DK.
I don't want to be in a relationship. It's like, well, did you want to go out, maybe, or something? And he's like,
when it is safe
why?
to do so.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? And then it's like, well, did you want to go out, or maybe go out just talk or do something? And she got all butthurt for some reason. And I'm like, this is just fucking weird. And then later on, I you know, like the 2 nights later, like a HR manager from the district came in, and the general manager and the department manager and the supervisor were pulling him in to talk to him and everything. And then I'm like, oh, this doesn't look good. And I go up to the manager, and I'm like, hey, is something going on? Everything okay? It's like, no, we're just everything's fine. Everything's being taken care of. And I go over to him, and I'm like, they're saying that apparently somebody's harassing me. And then I'm like, from when? Like, when was the incident? They said, like, you know, 2 or 3 nights ago. And I'm like, and then it's like, I go up to the manager, and I'm like, I have some information for you. And I recounted everything, and they're like, wait, what? Yeah, he didn't say anything. She was the one who was talking about saying, I was dreaming of you doing all of this stuff to me and everything. And she found him irresistible and everything like that. And this bitch ends up getting fired for, you know, starting shit. And it turns out that she had accused another employee earlier of sexual harassment who ended up leaving. And so she was just going around making this shit up and just starting problems and everything like that. And so, yeah, it was a pretty toxic environment there. You know, over there at that part.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
I had a kind of a weird situation that involving sexual harassment. I was in high school, so I didn't really know any better. And I got a job at a comic book store, and I actually worked there twice. And the second time, my boss was like, found out I was living with my boyfriend and his family. He's like, well, you're sharing a bed. And I'm like, I didn't think anything of it. I'm like, yeah, we are actually. He's like, then he proceeded to ask if we were using protection and stuff. And it was just like, at the time, well, first off, he was the boss. It was just like a 2-man operation. It was him and me doing stock and like keeping the store clean. So there wasn't anybody to report him to that I knew of at the time. I still don't know who I would report him to anyways. But secondly, even if I could, I probably wouldn't be able to because I was being paid under the table, which is...
You could,
yeah.
even if you're being paid under the table, I mean, you could still probably report to the labor board about shit like that.
Sexual harassment.
I was like, when that happened, I was actually 18. And it was like, I was naive, you know, that was my first job. Well, technically second job, but...
A lot of these laws came into effect probably. I mean, what he was doing, like, you know, slapping a female employee on the ass was considered, you know, hard, you know, workplace behavior. You know,
I think he was trying to be fatherly, honestly, but it was
that's just fucking awkward.
That's creepy fatherly because he's not your father.
Right. No, totally. But I mean, I think honestly he had good intentions. He just was being really creepy about it. Hi, BST.
Hey, BST. 'Cause that's like garish, like walking up to customers at the fucking Toys R Us. Especially when they're in preschool.
Oh no.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to hurt her. I was just kidnap her.
How long
Bill
until
said I
the
should get a warning, Your
babysitting
Honor.
arc starts?
Yeah. Should they just get a
It's-
warning
it's-
for?
either he's going to go out and hire an escort, and he's going to freak out when it's not like what he sees, or he's going to try to grab it, or he's going to fall for a honeypot.
When it is safe to do so.
You know, like a catch a predator type thing, and or he might just remain repressed and inactive for his entire life.
Just a creep?
Effectively, yeah, just being sexless, but still, in effect, just being too scared to actually go through with it. There's always that possibility. I mean, you see people who do that all the time.
He shows up with Chris Hansen. I know that guy.
Well, I mean, that one.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
I still say he's going to be the next Lucas Magnotta.
Speaking of like pedo stuff, when
Oh,
Phil
Jesus.
says people accuse him of being a pedophile, that's
Oh.
in regards to Panda Lee, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I just wasn't like 100% sure.
Technically, I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not pedophilia because she wasn't.
She was of age. She was of age of consent.
She was age of consent.
Hey,
yes.
Earthling.
Yeah.
Got a moment to look over some.
But also pedophilia is if you're looking at somebody a minor who's prepubescent as well. If that's what you're.
Yeah.
So, it's one of those things in which you have a conflation. You have a crossover and a conflation.
Don't interrupt. Do not interrupt these. Oh, he did it. Fine.
You know,
Was it Death
between
Blast?
law and between
Do
law
not
and
in-
morality.
You
Yeah,
don't
I'm
want to
trying- I'm
interrupt
not-
domination.
Well, it actually depends. I mean, there are some states, Klaus Mystery, some places, like even in the UK, they have a blanket 16. If you're 16 years old, you can choose to do it with whomever.
Death Blast again. Somebody
you like.
interrupted.
And in many states, they have like some states like Connecticut and Pennsylvania, they're both blanket 16. Meaning, if you're 16 years old, you can consent with whoever you like who's also of age.
Adventures.
Some states are,
Thought you might.
you can be a minor as long as your partner is either also a minor or no more than.
Oh, Phil's yelling his chat.
Yikes.
So people keep asking
Yeah,
what
more
games
than
he's
us.
playing this year, and he's fucking bitching at them now.
What is he doing? What now?
It probably is extremely frustrating for someone who's so preoccupied with his own schedule that nobody else pays attention when he talks about it.
Yeah, nobody else pays attention, and they keep asking what the schedule is.
Yeah.
And he's losing his fucking mind.
Oh, speaking of his chat, I
He's
am
been having.
so...
Oh, sorry. Go on.
No, go ahead.
No, but please, I interrupted you.
I was just going to say, speaking of his chat, if I wasn't afraid of being doxxed by being in it, I would totally go in there once he starts like Street Fighter 6 and taking bets on how long it'll be before he uses the excuse of input lag and shit for how come he's doing so bad. Like, what the fuck is that shark doing? Eat him! Eat him! No!
Get him, shark. Get him, shark. I don't know. The shark might choke on the gout,
Idiot
and you might die.
shark.
Might get the
Kicked
crystal
out
spot in his
from
Yeah.
consuming too much fatty meat. But yeah, I totally am so tempted to make a throwaway account and just
Well, I've got soccer
start
accounts lined
taking
up.
bets on huh? Well,
doing
I'm just
Go ahead.
can you be doxxed from his chat? I know I asked before, but I can't remember. Oh,
No,
so I could go ahead and be safe. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was never sure what.
Like, I'm gonna do a launch party for SF6.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna do a launch party. I'm probably gonna have a bunch of people over here, and I'm gonna live stream the whole thing.
Yay.
And it's all the guys, everybody that they all know about Phil. They all know about Phil.
Is that because
Are
of you?
these some of your coworkers and
You
stuff?
just poisoned your brain. These poor people's brain with Darkside Phil.
My coworkers, I poisoned their brain with Darkside Phil.
That's very funny.
That is
Like,
cruel
they
and
just-
unusual.
They watch
What
now
the
and they're
fuck?
just like, why do they keep giving them money? And then I tell them about Garish, and it's just like, how? Like, this.
I think I have a problem at this point because so many of my friends would just be like, so what's Darkside Phil up to these days?
Yeah.
My wife
Ew.
Darish is a Dominion dweller, so he's no
I
problem.
can't talk to anybody about watching.
For the
It's
better.
like my youngest. He noticed I like I have a sock account on Twitter that I read DSP related stuff on, and he's like, "Mom, you're way too obsessed with this guy." I'm like, no, I'm not obsessed with him. I'm obsessed with trying to help people get away from him. There's a difference. But yeah, I couldn't be like my husband. No way in hell I'm gonna be able to ever. There's no way in hell I would ever be able to explain that to him.
Like, usually when Phil starts his podcast is when lunch starts at work, right? So I play it on my notebook at work. I play Phil, like, I don't have my headphones on or anything, right? And they sit there and they listen to Phil fucking go off, and it's just like, holy shit.
I still maintain that's cruel and unusual punishment of your coworkers' profit.
I have a friend too, like I showed a bunch of videos to, and then she started watching it herself. She, like, every couple of days she'll just come to me and just be like, I hate you so much for what you've done to me. You've put the idea of this person in my head, and now I think about it and I pay attention to it. So I feel very bad.
Yeah. I don't even remember. Oh no, I do remember how I ran into.
The way I see it is the more people that know about the pig roach, the less likely somebody will give him money.
Yeah.
That's my hope. And that's my hope with this channel, is to just get the dense aware that do not give this fucking cocksucker any cash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a guy who's a psychologist, and I mentioned him, you know, just trying to explain Phil to him, and there was just, I tried to make it as succinct as possible, and just...
It's impossible, though.
It's very difficult just to show the context of everything, like the way he lies and whatnot, and so it was very difficult. It's like, oh, wow, and...
No, fuck. Stepped a little bit too close.
It's like he's got these narcissistic tendencies, and a lot of nights it's nothing. So, yeah.
Well, that's why it's great to have Steve, right? Because Steve can psychoanalyze Phil.
He's hesitant to do so though at times, and I get why, because you know there's a fine line between what is and isn't kosher with like you can't diagnose anybody from online, I guess, you know, or whatever, and it's just...
Oh no, he can. He can do it just by Phil's mannerisms and the way Phil talks.
Oh no, that's true. You're not wrong there.
I mean,
And I mean,
you can give your opinion, but it's not really, like, valid in any...
It's not valid without sitting down and
meaningful
talking
way.
with Phil directly, right?
Yeah.
That's why I think Steve would be the perfect person to interview Phil.
Speaking of like observation, observing like personal, you know, like facial tics and stuff like that, and analyzing a person's behavior through that and whatnot. There is a channel called Observe, and it's a husband and wife, and they analyze people, like whether they're telling the truth or telling lies or whatever. I'd really love to have them analyze Phil.
I like what Steve always says, like, I have to see them cut this guy's brain open when he dies. I have to see what it's like.
There's nothing there.
Brain?
Like what brain?
Yeah, right? Might be empty. What the fuck?
There is no brain, Steve. You know this.
There might be some there might, unless you're looking at somebody who might be autistic, like Einstein's brain, like a lot of the nerve bundles in his brain were far larger and thicker than what they were in the standard human brain. Like that would allow like information to actually travel, and for the synapses to fire up. I read about how it worked a while ago, but that his brain structure was just different than that of the average person, and so which is why he was able to think the way he did. Phil's, I mean, I don't think that they've been able to really see anything. I mean, you could see if you have a narcissist that, or somebody with personality disorders. I mean, certain parts of your brain are firing off. Or if you have somebody who's a psychopath, that certain parts of your brain react when you have certain stimuli. But as for structural, I don't know if that's necessarily gonna be there. And it could. I mean, brain damage. Congenital brain damage could explain, a lot of his behavior.
Alcoholism has a real
it
measurable effect on the brain.
It does, yeah, it would have that, and you'd be able to identify that.
And his mom's a smoker, was chain smoking while she was pregnant with him.
I'm sure she she used one of the little deformities or little dents on his head to shake off ash while he was nursing.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, Phil. It's like, all right, Phil. It's like, you got to go to school now.
The bad thing is with anything in regards to the brain is that the only way you can really study the brain is post-mortem, which is why there's so little known about autism, because you can study an autistic person's mannerisms and stuff like that, but to really get into the, excuse the pun, the meat of the subject, you would have to do an autopsy and examine the brain post-mortem. So.
Yeah.
But this has always been my question. This is why I would love to talk to Steve about this. And maybe if one time I could get Steve to come on stream here and chat with us. Like, Phil, obviously, okay, he went to Notre Dame, which is a private school.
I thought you were talking to Ivy League school. I'm like, wait a minute, when did that arc happen? What?
Well, Notre Dame isn't an Ivy League school, but it's highly regarded.
Oh,
it's highly regarded, yeah.
It's highly regarded, all right.
Yeah. But he got valedictorian. Okay, that's proven. Okay. He went to Fairfield University. He has a business or finance degree, whichever you want to think.
Whichever fits his narrative at the time.
So that's true. So what the fuck happened after that? Like did it just go did something happen in his life that fucked his head up?
I bet he dropped out.
Okay.
No, he
graduated.
He showed his degree. Yeah.
He's got a degree.
He's shown it.
But when it comes to the valedictorian, one thing was his school
If you want
was
to change
known
out your entire
for
engine,
sports.
you do that here.
Was a football expert.
And so the academic pool was not nearly as deep.
And it was a very small class too, from what I've heard.
And so if you have somebody, Phil is, if he was told to say, sort of in a rote manner, if you do well and you get good grades and you work hard, then you will succeed, right? And that's sort of like something that you're told a lot of. It's like hard work, determination, getting good grades, that will lead to success. It's almost like an if-then. It's not true. There's a lot to be said for it, and there's a connection, but it's not an if-then. If you're valedictorian, you will be successful. Considering that he didn't have a lot of competition, And if it was, Phil, go get good grade. Okay, I go get good grade. Greg get good grade. And
Yeah.
he just sort of did it, right?
It's one of those things that his parents probably like perfectly outlined some kind of like crazy study regimen for him, you know, like told him he couldn't have his slop unless he did all his homework every night, and you know, just kind of beat it into him to do good grades.
It's sort of like bring democracy to Cuba, Kyle, and then you can go ahead and have this. Like, okay, I brought democracy to Cuba. And it's like, well, I didn't actually expect you to fucking do that.
Let's also bear in mind that like high school valedictorian is not exactly like a you know, Rhodes Scholar level achievement, right?
A lot of them are. I mean, if you were just looking at his particular set of circumstances, he probably had the perfect storm. And who knows how close he was to not getting it. I mean, what was it, when my sister graduated high school, the difference between the valedictorian and salutatorian was like, it was like the narrowest. It was like 0.001, or it was like 0.01.
Wow.
For their GPAs. It was because they were all in AP classes and everything like that, so it was very tiny. So he may have just done it by the, you know, skin of his teeth, for all we know. But I don't think he had like a 4.0 GPA or a 4.5 GPA, which nowadays, if you're going to be a valedictorian, especially out here in California, all the valedictorians that I've seen have it over a 4.0 GPA. Because if you want to get into UCLA straight from high school, you better have at least like a 4.5, 4.6 GPA minimum, plus all of your extracurriculars, your APs, your non-heartfelt volunteer work, your mercenary work. Basically, I'm doing this to look good on the applications. That bullshit. You better have all that, and then maybe you'll be considered.
What?
And that's what you got to do. So, but yeah, I think that he was given a strict schedule, and Grug do this, Grug did it, and then he went through college, and
got owned.
Well, who knows how well he did.
He's told us already. He tried to get into computer science.
Computers, right.
But then he figured out that all the privileged kids who went there with him
knew more than he did.
They already knew how to code, and I didn't know how to code. And I'm like, dude, I thought you were supposed to teach me how to code. And so, you know, I got in the guy's face, and basically I made him cry.
Right.
He literally said that, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, he's the same guy who says that I got kicked out because my drill instructor took a swing at me, but I took him down to his ass and I laughed.
Yeah.
And then I got kicked out of basic.
Phil loves everybody clapped stories.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, and it's. Yeah, and then I remember that he said that he switched from computer science over to business, but but because he probably wasn't hired on by a big business company to be a big businessman right away.
Whatever that fucking means.
Well, he said that. He said, "What do you mean internships? What internships? You didn't tell me about any internships. I need internships in order to get a job. You fucking fuckers." Yeah, what? I'm sure they told you about internships and externships.
I told you to hire me at your business.
Yeah.
Why don't you listen to me?
Yeah. So, and that's usually that's how you get in the door. Is you work for them for a little bit, and you get that experience, and they get to know you, they get to like you, and then when the time comes, maybe they'll hire you. And you know, like he didn't do any of that. He just graduated and had nothing. He had no internships. He had no experience. He made no connections, and just thought I should apply and be paid $100,000 a year right off the bat. No. So.
Do you think his father was the one that pushed him to go into business?
I mean, it's kind of just a vague enough degree that you can just say that you're in business, right?
I think that was probably the only, besides computer science, like what else was he going to go into? Math is, I mean, a actual mathematics degree would be probably too hard for him. And hard sciences, physics, no. So business, just go into business. Go into business, become a businessman, make money, and do that. You know?
And down goes our healer again.
Bro, this healer is ass cheeks.
Is
Does he flap when he farts? Sorry.
So.
He's like shit falling out of my ass.
Yeah. It's
That's
like sucking the turds. It's like sucking the turds
No,
out of the ass.
shut no.
It's like the turd comes out and it's all brown.
Oh my god. At least he didn't need to have his grandma help him dig it out with a finger. Ugh. Oh my god, I can't believe I kill me for saying that.
I know a thing or two about ass cheeks, though.
I have some very nice ones. You know, for an almost 50-year-old woman, my butt's really nice, I gotta say.
Mine's pretty hairy. Just saying.
Time for a wax.
There is something about, you
Give
know...
you a Brazilian.
There is something about a 23-year-old ass that's, you know...
I know, Meth. I know.
Oh, it's Electra.
The one here dating a 23-year-old woman and 40
I
years
hate it here. I want to go home. And I said half of that, and I still hate it here and want to go home.
And guys, I'm just saying, I met her when she was 23, not 16.
I met mine when she was 22. So.
You know what? I mean, keeping legality things in mind, like, you know, the law and stuff in mind, I think age is so stupidly... It's like, oh my god, he's so much older than her, and then the even more taboo when woman being older than a man.
Why did I die? Ritual bonus.
The main thing, the main issue with those types of relationships is, you know, being able to relate with each other and having, you know, certain shared experiences and whatnot.
Oh.
That, you know, it's, I mean, my girl, yeah, she doesn't TikTok a lot, but she does, but she sort of was like on the older end of people who do that shit, but still, it's like, oh my fuck.
But there comes a point when that isn't a problem, because my Nana was 13 years older than my father, or my 13 years older than my papa, and this was back when that was really taboo for the woman to be older than the man.
Oh, 13 years older.
But she was, you know, she had already been married and divorced, a mother of 2, you know, so there comes a point when that whole nothing in common, you know, there is that point where it's not so much of an issue. Now, when you're like in your late 20s or early 30s and your significant others in their teens still, yeah, that's pretty safe to do so.
Yeah, that could work even as an issue. So
yeah.
definitely.
Hell,
sorry about the key. Oh, they're fucking
I was 2.5 years. The guy I broke up with before I got married to my husband. He was 2.5 years younger than me, and that even as that little age difference, you know, that was when we were still young, and that's when it does make a difference. And I hit an age where it's just like.
Sorry, Snoot, about the key.
That's okay.
I blame Heather.
Yeah, blame me.
Oh, I do too. I'm getting.
Hey!
I'm getting snaps from the.
You're
club,
gonna,
and it's
you
like,
guys are gonna blame me for something I didn't do. You better send me fucking cookies or something. Tim Hortons.
I know. You want you want coffee, crisp, and ketchup chips.
Oh yeah.
A double double or something like that.
Yes.
Coffee and Timbits. Is that what a double double is?
What? Only an iced coffee?
No.
What?
No, from Tim Hortons, isn't it a double double?
Coffee and Timbits.
No, a double double is 2 sugars and 2 milks.
2 creams. Yeah. 2
Oh.
2 creams.
Okay.
No.
What?
Oh.
What is it? I actually, Prophet, I sent something a video.
Did you say you
on...
sexually sent
That's what I
something to
heard.
Prophet?
No,
yeah.
no.
No.
What?
Yes.
Johnny Watts, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by, man. Supporting as usual. Hello, David G. We're almost done, guys. Like another 5 minutes. We're just killing the roots, and then we're probably gonna save. And then tomorrow, or excuse me, Sunday night is when we're gonna continue on and fight the plant boss and all that. The thing's still alive. It's ridiculous. It's still alive. Or you can call it Sunday Night Bites because the zombie's biting. That's true too, I guess. Time to kill them roots. Bye-bye. You probably don't need the bottle anymore. Throw it away? Yes. Just threw all the bottles away. There's nothing in this room, right? That was it. It was just kill the roots. Looks like the control system for the water tank, but it's broken and can't be used now. Alright. So now when we fight this fucking thing, it's going to be way more exposed. You know, remember normally we'd have all that body armor or whatever? Now you should be able to run up and shoot it in its weak point a few times. That should be the end of it. Only bummer is we got to backtrack again, all the way back. All the way back. Pain in the butt. Okay. No Sleep Real Life. See you tomorrow. Little Crow did a super chat. He says DSP poisons plant and the plant says, why am I toxic? The light looked good tonight, no? The ambient lighting looked really good tonight. I don't know why it looked so good tonight and didn't look as good the other day, but doesn't it look much better? I think it looks way better tonight with the red wall behind me, right? And like I said, the ring light is supposed to arrive tomorrow. So whenever the ring light arrives, we'll see if it helps even more, you know, for better lighting. Wait a minute. Now I'm confused. I came from there. We're going this way. Yeah, we're supposed to get the ring light at some point tomorrow. It's not. They're not guaranteeing it till end of day, so it might not show up till like way too late to use on a stream. I guess we'll see. But I'm curious how this ring light is going to work. So the way the ring light works, it's going to sit on my tripod, and my webcam is going to be in the middle of it. So see how well it illuminates me. Once the ring light is here, I'm probably not going to use the lamp anymore. We're probably just going to use the ring light, and that's it. Really? Rules that I think the boss just dies on its own, so I don't have to fight it? If that's the case, I might just go right to it now. If I don't have to present it's dead, then I can just save the game after that, and then we're good to go. If that's what you're saying. Real Take Sports did yet another super chat. Says looks good with the red, needs the Ken wig with the ring. Alright. So is this true? We could just go fight it right now? We're gonna find out, I guess. Can I just go fight the fucking plant now? Is it already dead? If not, I just run through the room again. It's not a big deal. Let's find out. Wait a minute. I went the wrong way. I ran right by the room with the gallery. Will I do a ring setup live when I hit it? I don't see why not. We'll see when it shows up, I guess. Good night, MKASP. Thanks for the super chats. Appreciate the support.
In 400 yards, turn sharp left.
So, do we just go in the door?
Sharp left.
The door's open now, right? Let's find out what happens. Haha, sucker. Oh, come on! Seriously? Is this where Barry saves you? Yep.
What the hell is this thing?
Barry, I don't know. Why don't you stand around for a longer time not shooting the thing? Scene kill.
That was close. Thanks again.
Don't mention it. What was that?
Good night, Michelle. I don't know why you're all taking off before we're done. So, cool.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
No, god damn it, I have to break.
It's the final key for the mansion. The key master. Yep. You got the final key, so you know we're going back to the mansion now, right?
Come on.
Is that all that's in here? That is all that's in here.
Buried. Turn around when it is safe to do so.
I'll stay here. We should split up here.
All right.
Right, you totally trust me. You totally weren't talking to someone before. Anyway, hello, Go Team Venture. How are you tonight?
Alright, DSP's getting annoying. I want to see it.
To save our democracy. And to use a favorite term that
determined to be the last.
together we will make America great again. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Donald Trump, the 45th President of the United States, will be denied a second term. The Trump campaign is in the midst of waging legal challenges in several states, but the path is clear for the new president-elect.
Come on. I'm doing pretty good.
It's Wednesday, January 6th, 2021. Coming up on America in the Morning.
Washington, D.C. police have arrested 6 people ahead of today's pro-Trump election rallies.
Comes as Congress gets set to meet today to count the Electoral College votes affirming President-elect Joe Biden's win.
A highly contagious coronavirus variant has now spread to 5 states, but vaccines are still hard to come by.
The morning of January 6th, I go outside and I wait for my chief of staff, who's picking me up on the way down.
We're driving down and we see people walking around with lots of Trump flags, disturbingly Confederate flags.
Oh my god, disturbingly Confederate flags. Oh! Go fuck yourself.
And we're at a stoplight and there's a guy in a car next to us.
And this guy has his windows down and he's blaring this song F Donald Trump. And he's laughing.
Some people in the group start yelling at him and kind of yelling at us too, and they said, you know, we're gonna take it all back, y'all. Trump won it, and then as we drive off, somebody gives us the finger. So, I mean, it's not a good omen.
I'm an independent filmmaker. I'm wearing a scarf and like my typical cowboy hat, you know?
Yeah.
This is like the quintessential piece to my wardrobe that kind of allows me to just fit right in. Especially with my big camera and I'm black, so I stick out.
Who
like
gives
sore
a
thumb
shit if
anyway.
you're black? God damn.
There's all of
You're telling me there's
typical
no black
flags of
Republicans?
"Don't tread on me" and anti-socialism and "fuck Joe Biden." There's a tarred and feathered, faceless figure with like a guillotine. It's clear to me that almost everyone here represents the die-hard Trump. These people are taking off work. These people are flying from all parts of the country to hear Trump speak.
I'm pretty sure they were driving, not flying.
I start squeezing through the crowd, and I'm getting smiles. I'm not getting that many aggressive looks. And this woman is going through the crowd and not even whispering, but just saying, "We're gonna storm the Capitol after this. We're gonna storm the Capitol after this. Get ready."
Okay.
We have the power in numbers. We came here to protect our republic. Let's make it worth it. March on Congress directly after Trump's speech.
And then Trump comes on.
Ladies and gentlemen,
please welcome the
Oh my God!
President of the United States
Oh my
of
God!
President Donald J. Trump. We're gathered together in the heart of our nation's capital for one very, very basic and simple reason: to save our democracy. And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal.
My decision is to come in early. My job today is to represent Michigan. We have an organized effort that we know includes a lot of Republicans that are going to try to stop the election from being certified. And that really is the source of our anxiety.
All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify. And we become president, and you are the happiest people.
We had seen numerous reports of the president trying to convince Pence to, in effect, determine what votes would be counted and what would not be counted, and to substitute perhaps one vote count for another. So I woke up and I thought to myself, is Pence going to do what the president wants him to do, or is Pence going to follow the law?
After this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
But if he did it, wouldn't he be in jail? Wouldn't the January 6th Commission found something by now?
And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them.
As I drive into work, I think it's just, who knows how this is going to go, but I know it's dark.
I know
I
it's
have
dark.
my gun with me.
I have
As
my
members
gun
of Congress, we can carry a gun anywhere except the actual floor of the House. Usually I don't bring it. We have a lot of police officers. But this is
But wait. So this guy brings a gun? I thought you were against guns.
And we fight.
Oh, now
Fight like
it's
hell.
no.
And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country.
What, can only this motherfucker have a gun? Fuck.
On the way over to the Capitol, I noticed small groups of protesters starting to form, but I also noticed something else, and that is a lack of what I thought were security measures. It contrasted so much to me with the preparation from that past summer when they were getting ready for the Black Lives Matter protests. In that summer, there were fences all over, there was riot gear stacked up at every entrance of the building, there were police officers everywhere. I don't see that as I walk up, and I ask myself, are we ready for this?
Now, whose fault is that? God damn it! Stop! Fuck! I can't even do one thing without breaking. Cause I can't break. Make me break.
The bell rings to alert us to the fact that the certification process will begin, and I make my way to the chamber. The House chamber is a remarkable room with a main level divided by an aisle. When people talk about working across the aisle, it's not just a figurative aisle, it's a literal physical aisle.
There's a Republican side and there's a Democratic side, and you sit on the side of your team. And so I know where to go in, and I go in and I go to the back right because that's where my team sits on the floor.
I know that today I'm going to be voting on certifying the electors from the various states. And I made it very clear to my constituents and others that I will be objecting to states like Arizona and Pennsylvania and others.
We knew there would be challenges, so we prepared.
Oh my God, this bitch!
The congressional delegation
Fuck you!
from those states for that day.
All right.
Speaker,
All right.
the Vice President, and the United States Senate.
Why can't she be investigated?
As we
I
walk into
probably
the
have to
House
get
chamber,
the most
I happen to be talking to Ted Cruz. He's somebody who's about to be the person to object to the electoral vote count on the floor of the House. And so I tell him how dangerous I think it is what he and others are about to do. I was worried
It's
about
dangerous.
how the
Oh,
country
it's
would be
dangerous. Oh,
divided
go fuck.
moving forward when it came to the legitimacy of Joe Biden's presidency.
You watch the senators come in, kind of like a Noah's Ark process, 2 by 2. It's a very formal process that has been the same process throughout our nation's history.
Turn around when it's safe to
We
do so.
receive a memo they're passing out, and the memo is from Vice President Mike Pence.
Can't even fucking.
And the
do
memo
it.
says, essentially, he has no constitutional power to do what he's being urged to do, which is to reject electoral college votes coming in from the states. And here I breathe a little bit more easily, because this was our biggest potential fear, that he would somehow play into this plan.
Madam Speaker, members of Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the United States, the Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session to verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors in the several states, the President and Vice President of the
what?
United States.
It is very clearly a momentous
Really?
Occasion, and very clearly people have strong views on both sides of this issue, but it proceeds relatively normally for some time.
Mr. President, order in the chamber.
They start going through the submissions. The first one they go through is Alabama, and the Vice President asked if there's any objections. There was no objections. Then they moved to Alaska, no objections to Alaska, and then Arizona.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arizona that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic?
I, Paul Gosar, rise upon myself and 60 of my colleagues to object to the counting of the electoral ballots from Arizona.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, it is.
You need just one person from each house to object, but there are dozens of people who stand up with them on the Republican side. And at that point, the House and Senate go and consider the objection.
The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Ah! Come on. Come on.
I get to in front of the west side of the Capitol. There's maybe
50 people there, Trump is still speaking. So the majority of everybody else is still, I mean, the whole crowd is still down at the ellipse or next to the monument. I look north, and there's a large group of people coming down the street, and they're very rowdy. And I can see immediately it's Proud Boys.
I could see a few Capitol police officers, and the crowd is yelling at them. Then all of a sudden, I hear screaming. People like, yeah, like cheering.
I can hear them shouting, shaking the fences, and I immediately think like, okay, here we go. I don't think the Capitol Police realised how serious this group were in. You could see them like trying to stop them, but there was like 5 police or something on this path. The kind of whole crowd just senses this is the moment, and they all jump the fence. Everybody's scrambling over the fence. They're shouting, fight for Trump. You know, he sent us here. Fight for Trump. People are running up the
Sent us
wall,
here.
people are running up the path. And people are going
So,
in every direction
Trump
to get
said.
to the Capitol.
Still in the they should have just said that.
I arrive, I get in the line. Directly in front of me, I just see
What do
anger.
you see? What do you see?
Anger.
Anger?
Lots of angry people. And they appear to think that I am part of the problem. They're saying a lot of very vulgar things.
Some of our fuck you, fuck the police. They looked at you and they said, pick us up.
I couldn't tell how many officers we had at that point on this line.
Oh, whose
but I
fault
could
is
tell it
that?
wasn't enough.
Whose fault is that?
At this point, the crowd's getting more aggressive. People are trying to grab your helmet. I have my baton, I have my gun. And people are just trying to reach for things.
At that point, you're just yelling like maybe 100 times, like get back, putting your hands on their chest, and they're just looking at you with these crazy looks, like trying. And at that point, you're still trying to rationalize with them.
Yeah. Right.
I'm thinking we're safe right now
Don't
just because
get-
they're not attacking us, but when's that moment going to happen that someone's going to do something?
USA, USA, USA. That's the way. Oh my God. You get that dramatic Nancy Pelosi. Let's go on. See that dramatic ass Nancy Pelosi.
The clerk will report the objection made in the joint session.
When the House comes back into session, I'm responsible for reading the objection. So I read the objection from Congressman Gosar and Senator Cruz, and we begin the process of debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an active debate. One Republican rises, followed by a Democrat, followed by a Republican, followed by a Democrat.
This is not an ordinary day for me. The day before we had conducted our graveside service for my son Tommy, who we had lost a week before. Tommy had taken his life after a struggle with depression.
Okay.
Jamie Raskin rose on behalf of House Democrats. He received a standing ovation, as that was in the immediate aftermath of the tragic passing of his son. And that was a very touching moment because it was a bipartisan moment.
Our younger daughter, Tabitha, had asked me not to go in on January 6th, and I said I had to. It was a constitutional duty. And I said, why don't you come with me? And so she said, okay, she would come. And our son-in-law, Hank, who's married to our older daughter, Hannah, he said he would come too.
We have seen escalating attacks on our election with unfounded claims of fraud and corruption. More than 60 lawsuits have been brought to date seeking to overturn the results. They have failed repeatedly, and they have failed spectacularly. Every objection we hear today maligning our states and their officials, both Republican and Democrat, has been litigated, adjudicated, and obliterated in both federal and state court.
My basic theme is that the people have spoken, the election is over. Joe Biden won by more than 7 million votes.
We are here to count the votes. Let us do our job.
Gentlemen, time again.
I start getting alerts on my phone of friends sending me videos of the fence being taken down and officers being pushed. So as I'm standing there, I just think I'm gonna go back to my office, and I can always come back and I can vote on what I need to. I can watch the proceedings from my office, but I'm getting this kind of spidey sense that everything I had predicted up to this point is coming true. Like, this is going to be violent.
This is going to be violent. Oh my god. What do you think they were going to do? Lynch them? Fucking knows. God damn.
I'm walking through the corridors of the basement to head out the Royal West Terrace door. And the sound that I heard, the roar, was just unreal. And when I look down, it's just people. And I'm like, what is going on out here? As minutes are going by, this initial crowd that's down there is getting more and more amped up. Then it happened. Somebody, I don't know, threw something, and it was on.
No. Can I just play the game? No other little achievement. Do you want to play the game? Yeah, I want to play the game.
Terrorist level. And I'm seeing Capitol officers struggle with members of the crowd.
Oh, sure.
I'm telling the lieutenants, get your officers out in a line formation and supplement what Capitol officers there are, and let's maintain this line.
205.
I'm engulfed in this crowd. You've got people hitting the cops, cops hitting people, and then photographers trying to get the shot. And I'm just like, this is like a little mini war zone. The cops are starting to like forcefully push back.
A little mini war zone.
On the other side of the shields, you have the Trump guys just fighting, tooth and nail, throwing punches, trying to grab shields.
Yes, 200. 200 and what? 200 and what? What?
I'm already taking injured officers from MPD at this point. Off the line, I'm seeing blood on the ground already from one of my officers losing a portion of his fingers. And I'm seeing injured officers
202?
just sitting there in shell shock. And as things continue to escalate, I'm quickly realizing that that initial plan isn't going to work, and I'm going to need a lot of help.
1033! I repeat, 1033, west front of the Capitol!
And I could just hear, screaming, I could hear yelling, and I could smell the pepper spray. I end up going over to where Glover's at. I talked to him briefly, and he's like, "Can you go down there and try to shore that up?" So I walked down to the other side and just started grabbing people and putting them in the holes, up against the bike racks.
We would go with the munitions, which is basically, it's like a super soaker of pepper spray. And we would step in between and try to spray them to get them back. And a lot of them would spray us back. They'd spray us back with the bear spray.
Bear spray is way worse than the stuff law enforcement. If it can make a grizzly turn around, it's debilitating. Whatever you thought you was gonna do or want to do, you ain't gonna want to do it no more when you get hit by bear spray.
While all that's going on, there's a lieutenant on the police department. He comes over to me and he hands me a handgun. And he says, "Hey, that fell out of one of these guys off one of their purses. We don't know which one." And so I took the gun, I put it in my pocket of my trench coat, and went back into the fight.
Ah, 4. Almost.
People are just getting into this like feeding frenzy kind of atmosphere, feeding off of each other's energy. Like, fuck the police, let's go. Somebody say, shoot them all. It's clear, these guys want to hurt somebody. You have people that are cheering them on, and for America, look at these patriots, like 1776. And then you have people that are just in shock, that are just watching wide-eyed, wondering what's going on. Should I be happy about this?
When I got out of the police car, before I could make it down the steps to the west front of the Capitol, I had started to cough and choke because the chemical munitions were just so thick in the air. Commander Glover's on the front line at this point. Clearly, it was an all-out battle between our police officers, the U.S. Capitol police officers that were on that line. These guys were fighting, and I called the mayor of our city. Mayor, it's bad.
Come on! God damn it, stop. God, I can't even break. This stupid thing keep on.
The messages from the Capitol Police keep coming in, and each one is a little more stressful. The first one that really caused me anxiety is the one that said there's been a breach of the perimeter of the Capitol. And I'm sitting there thinking, does the perimeter mean the outer grounds? Does the perimeter mean the building? I don't really know what the perimeter means.
You don't really know what the perimeter means. Oh, it's not like I should probably know.
We proceed to the west side of the Capitol and look out the window there. And as we're doing so, a Capitol Police officer screams at us to get away from the window. Screams, "Get the hell away from the window now!" And we said, "Is everything okay?" And she said, "You're in the United States Capitol. Of course everything's okay."
So we go back to the gallery, and I remember speaking to several people to say, yes, they're out there.
Okay, God damn, what's the floor?
Don't worry, this building is a fortress. It couldn't just be a handful of Capitol Police officers and glass windows that anybody could break.
Yes! What is it? Yes! Let's go, Pharaoh.
We're just two French TV reporters coming with our gear, our camera. Actually, most of the time they think that that we are students. So usually we say, oh, we work for French TV. Can we ask you one or two questions? We decide to go on the east side of the capital.
You know, we give up. We give up. You try to invade, we will surrender and give them your guns.
I see some people just putting down the fences. I'm like, okay, something is happening. So I jump over the little wall and I see people rushing to the stairs of the Capitol.
I am on the phone with the chief editor, but when I see Sophie moving, I'm like, okay, I'm calling you back. I hang up on my chief editor, which I never do, and I start to run with Sophie.
Oh, what? We can get a truck? What the hell? No, where'd he go?
We feel people just pushing us. So immediately,
see that
with Laura,
truck?
we are in the front line.
And there is
See
a
that
guy
truck? Oh, he's
next to me, so I
23.
start to speak with him.
You're trying to enter? We are trying to enter. We were trying to get justice. And what are you going to do when you enter inside? We're going to go in there. We're going to shake up the Senate.
I've just simply never seen anything like this. Not just the breaching of the barricades, but the actual climbing onto the Capitol building in the pavilion itself. They are not physically inside the building, but they are standing right at the doors from the center steps to get into the building right now.
They want answers. Let's go, little Toyota. Let's go, Toyota. Oh no, it's a monster. Oh, where's my roof thing? That's what I'm doing. Where is this thing?
The crowd keeps growing. We're using launcher munitions to include specialty impacts and crowd munitions, and it's having no desired effect.
People are shocked that they're getting fired on. This is not something they're used to. They're used to seeing this on the news when protesters are getting squashed. I see people, oh my God, they're spraying us with tear gas. And I'm thinking, what the fuck do you expect? You should be, like, thankful they're not firing live ammo.
Why would they fire live? Really? You dumbass? You really think they're gonna fire live ammo? You fucking dumbass piece of shit.
A lot of us that were sitting up top,
You know how much face they would lose?
Because we were just
You know how much anger?
We made a decision we're going down.
You dumb fuck.
Oh,
they're gonna shoot them.
And now I'm seeing everything at ground level and I freeze for a second. It was hand to hand, whatever you can find, combat.
This is now effectively a riot.
1349 hours, declaring it a riot.
At that point in time, we maybe had 250 there, and I've lost a good 40 officers in about 30 minutes that were incapacitated in some way. And I'm thinking to myself, if I keep losing this number of officers in this short period of time,
When do you get more officers? Almost like. Yes.
We're trying to keep them back, but they're just, it's like trying to grab a gallon of water with your hand. They're just coming from everywhere, and there's no stopping them.
I'm looking around and I see people above me in the scaffold. I see people above me in the inaugural stand.
They breached the scaffold! Right now, they have breached the scaffold! They're behind our line!
We got flanked.
What are they doing?
And
What are they
we
doing?
lost the high ground very quickly.
They have broken through that police line. I am watching as we speak throngs of protesters climbing the steps on the western side of the Capitol.
I was able to link up with the mayor of our city and with members of the National Guard and members of the Department of Defense. We had the chief of U.S. Capitol Police pleading for additional resources in the form of the National Guard to assist at the Capitol. And what I didn't hear was, yes, we are sending them, and we are sending them now. There were concerns about boots on the ground. There were concerns about the optics of what this is going to look like. Well, you know, I'm kind of thinking in my mind, well, people attacking the Capitol doesn't look too good to me.
Well, oh my God, this guy is this guy's goddamn retard. If you had if you had more officers, it would have been fine. Fine.
Clashes
But
between the police and the supporters, and it becomes very obvious very quickly that
Fucking retard. Of course it would look bad. It would look like, you know, a little bit of a
and all of a sudden, there's the window. And here's the opportunity. So the window starts to be smashed, and guys are going through. One guy, two guys, American flags and Trump paraphernalia, and they're all going through the window. And
Trump.
I'm saying to myself, well, if they get in the building, I need to get in the building, because that's where they're doing the certification. That's where the politicians are. That's the goal of the whole thing. And all of a sudden, we're in the building. It's unclear to me where we are, but I'm following this group, just sort of running chaotically through the hallway.
Let's go to. Oh, damn! Is it raining? Is it raining?
Senator from Oklahoma.
Mr.
President, in America, we settle our differences in elections. What happens if you don't trust the election count?
It's 2 hours and
Certainly
34
many
minutes.
courts denied or dismissed cases
2
within
hours
after they were given thousands of pages of evidence.
I'm hearing some commotion going on outside the Senate floor. And then all of a sudden, Secret Service come in and literally pick up the vice president and take him out of the room. Everyone is quiet and stunned, and everyone is quiet and stunned and trying to figure out what's going on.
My challenge today is not about the good people of Arizona.
And it will stand in recess until the call of the chair.
We'll pause. Protesters are in the building. Thank you.
Damn, this guy sounds sick.
A security officer walks up the stairs of the dais and tells all of us to stay in our seats, that the protesters have breached the building, but that the Senate is the safest place to be, and that we should stay where we are.
God damn, is this a drifting car? Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh, I got a drifting car. Damn it.
Until he's running. I can
Uh-oh.
hear him frantically yelling about having to secure the
Shit.
Senate.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yep. Yep. The drifting car. Shit. Damn. Damn it. disrupting.
When I see him backing up, I feel scared for him because there are 10 or 20 people now, and he's there all alone. I kept telling them to stop, to get back, and I'm just waiting for them to jump on him and grab him. At one point, he's leading them away from the Senate chamber door. And the senators are still in there. The rioters have no idea where they are. And they're actually asking the police officer, where is Pence? I'm just like flabbergasted that they thought these police officers were suddenly gonna, oh yeah, here, come with us. Pence is right over here.
We don't fucking want this! We are fucking mad! We are
These police officers were talking to the rioters. They're talking to somebody who's half naked with a buffalo head like he's a rational person. They were trying to do their best with only a dozen people to stop them from getting in that chamber.
Young staffers that were outside were being brought in. People panicked. I mean, incredible fear.
These are staff who have now seen these insurrectionists walking the halls, have heard what they're saying. And so many of the staff that are now coming into the Senate chamber are very frightened. Many of them are crying.
Very soon after that, the head of the Capitol Police comes in and he says, lock the doors, lock the doors. He's screaming, lock the doors, lock the doors.
And you can hear the protesters outside. It's only a matter of time before somebody is going to be able to get inside the chamber. My assumption is that at some point the president is going to tell them to leave, or he's going to send out a communication calming the situation down. I look down at my phone and I see a tweet from the president attacking Mike Pence. I can hear the protesters, the insurrectionists outside the Senate chamber. They're trying to get in. Seeing that tweet was the first time that I really felt like, maybe there was a chance we weren't going to make it out of there okay.
The policemen are in front of the door trying to protect it, and the demonstrators are trying to bargain with them. For the first time, I see policemen losing the control and being like against the wall, and they look very scared.
Every minute with Laura, we just look at each other and say, this is not happening. They're not going to enter. It's impossible. It's the capital of the United States.
the door managed to be open. And we are kind of dragged in with Sophie. At that moment, I'm thinking, I need to ask her, do we go or not? I'm making sure she's okay of us taking this decision of going inside a federal building being stormed by demonstrators.
For me, it's obvious. I don't really even answer to her, and we just get inside.
I open my window, which looks out sort of onto where all the chaos is. The view is blocked, but I can hear bangs and pops and, screaming and yelling. I see a tweet that says, "Congressman Adam, where are you? Adam Kinzinger, where are you? We're coming for you." So I log on to C-SPAN, and one of the camera angles is Statuary Hall. And all of a sudden, I'm hearing commotion, kind of screaming. And I just see this crowd of people walking through into the camera picture. They've now breached the Capitol building.
I've never been in this house. How about you? No, you fucking own it. That's right. We own it. We own you.
And the thing that goes through my head is once the Capitol building is breached, you have access to every part of this complex. I don't know if it's just the Capitol that's been breached. I don't know if there are people wandering the halls of my office building. I'm one of the loudest people to say the election wasn't stolen, so certainly a target.
Where are the fucking traitors? Drag them out by the fucking hair. Yeah. Where are the fucking traitors?
And it's about that moment when the Capitol alarm goes off. I'm listening to a very panicked sounding Capitol police officer or whoever is speaking, saying, in essence, take shelter in the buildings. So I start locking every door into my office. I have my gun out on my desk, and I'm wrestling with the fact that I may have to actually use this weapon to defend myself.
Inside the rotunda, and it's the first time I discover the Capitol. I've never been inside this huge monument, and in the middle of this rotunda there are hundreds of Trump supporters.
Thank you for letting us stand up for our country and what we believe in. Guide us so we may do your will. In the name of Jesus, amen. Amen.
They are so happy and proud of themselves.
Even though they know that they breached into the Capitol completely illegally.
We're over the Capitol, overran the Capitol. We're in the fucking Capitol.
Don't the French always have fucking revolutions? Oh, my little princess.
We follow some protesters. The old Senate chamber. We are like a dozen policemen, but they are way more heavily equipped. And this corridor was leading to the Senate chamber.
The crowd push the police officers.
And the policemen are trying to push us back. And they use pepper spray.
Let's go! June 6th!
I'm coughing a lot, and Sophie also is like struggling and coughing a lot.
It kind of directly burn our eyes, but I just want to get what is going on in this Capitol, and Laura just look at me
What do
and
you want?
says, it's unbelievable.
Oh, you want to cuddle? Oh, you want to cuddle? Cuddle, dude.
A Capitol Police officer
Wanna go to sleep or what?
comes bursting through
Go to
the
sleep.
ground floor
Go to
doors
sleep. Go to
of the
sleep.
Senate. He's got blood on his face and says, "Everybody out this door right now."
We're going to evacuate. Go, 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 go. We don't know where we're going. He's just saying go, go, go. And I'm
You don't know
looking
where you're
around
going? You don't
at
have a
my
backup
colleagues,
plan
and
for this?
everybody has this
Yes, you
same
do.
sense of panic.
You stupid.
I run over to Leader Schumer, and I grab him by the collar because
Act
that's
like
the
you're-
easiest and quickest way to get him out of the seat and running in the direction I need him to run.
I'll never forget that grip. He says, Senator, we're in danger. You have to come with me.
And
you
because
go.
of Leader Schumer's
yeah.
position, he needed to go to different locations that everybody else did.
We are walking briskly through a hall.
And there are two gentlemen right by the stairwell. One bald-headed gentleman, another one long black hair with a Punisher shirt. We immediately about face. I grab the leader.
We run out the door at full speed. I was within 20 feet of these insurrectionists. I heard
Oh my
secondhand that
God.
someone pointed at me and said, "There's the big Jew, let's get him."
But we had a plan set. So I ran to the building. I
That's
hit
what they
the button.
said to you?
We get up there. We pop out the door. Boom.
That's what
There's
they
the
said
leader.
to you.
Cars running. Here is our avenue out of here. We have made it. And we start making our way to the secure location.
That's what they told you.
I asked my colleagues to reject this objection, to respect the will of the voters in the state of Arizona.
The debate continues. Then I start noticing some things changing in the House. Increased anxiousness of the officers, movement of the officers.
Madam Speaker.
I'm at the podium. The Republicans start to act up with their opposition. They're kind of angry. So when the security is saying to me, "You must leave now," I'm like, "I can handle this." And they're like, "No, you can't. You have to go." And they pulled me right from the podium, and to such an extent that I don't even get a chance to take my phone or anything with me to go to an undisclosed location. They don't talk about what's going on outside. They just say, "You have to go."
I cannot believe this is happening. I mean, it's literally as you would see it in a movie, of the security personnel come up, they get her physically removed from behind the dais, and seeing her removed means we can no longer secure the chamber.
My concern as we are leaving is not about me. It's about my other members. But the security has always said to me, "You do your job, we'll do our job." And so they were prepared to protect the Speaker of the House. And then they begin to tell me that the security has been breached to the Capitol.
The next thing I know is Jim McGovern, the chair of the Rules Committee, switches out with Speaker Pelosi. He takes over the gavel, which is not supposed to happen.
Clearly, the moment was getting more and more tense. And I go up and sit in the speaker's chair and preside.
Mr. Speaker, can I have order in the chamber?
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Okay.
Representative Paul Gosar from Arizona is arguing at the microphone at that moment about why the election shouldn't be certified.
And my colleague from Minnesota, Dean Phillips, who is one of the most mild-mannered people I have ever met in my life, stands up and points his finger at the Republican members on the floor of the House.
And I scream at the top of my lungs from the top of the gallery, "This is because of you!" Because I felt some of my colleagues bear responsibility for inciting the very horror that we're in the middle of, that we're enduring.
My first reaction is that's not helping right now. We need to figure out how to keep people safe, figure out how are we going to get out of this chamber, and what are we going to do to make sure that nothing worse happens.
We just got notification here from the Capitol Police that there is a threat inside.
There are scores of protesters, we're told. I'm not sure exactly how many.
This is an incredibly dangerous situation that's unfolding here in the United States. My phone's vibrating, and I begin to get text from my daughter. Where are you? texting back, I'm in the House chamber, and I'm in the speaker's chair. I'm presiding. I know, but why are you there? And I, like, question marks, like, what are you talking about? You should leave. And then, I begin to hear what sounds like shouting outside the chamber.
There was an ominousness that's growing in the chamber at this point. And then, of course, it escalates when security comes in and removes leadership, Republican and Democratic leadership.
My detail chief comes up to me and says, we have to leave the chamber. And I'm thinking, why do we have to leave the chamber? But I get up, I leave, and he says to me, the Capitol has been breached. How can that be that the Capitol could be breached? This is something I had never experienced, and I've been in the House of Representatives for 40 years.
The House will be in order. House will be in order.
McGovern continues to preside. Arguments continue for a few more minutes, but there is more commotion.
There's strange noises ricocheting through the halls and into the chamber.
There is a level of panic starting among staff, among members. Nobody knows what is going to happen, and quite frankly, nobody knows what is happening.
I get down to the crypt with the 5 officers that I'm with, and we join probably 10 or 12 more officers that are already down there. We formed a line of officers, and we interlocked our arms, trying to make almost like a human chain to stop these people from forcing their way into the crypt.
I'm told multiple times, we're doing this for you. Back the balloon. We're taking back our country. Last time I checked, the British weren't occupying the Capitol right now. So who exactly are you taking the building back from?
Well, the corrupt politicians! Who else? You know they're corrupt. It's Pelosi. Making all that money. Gosh, she's so good. This one's gotta be the greatest.
I see a fire extinguisher flying through the air almost in slow motion, and it slams into my right foot, just below the ankle. And involuntarily, I cry out in pain and reach for my foot, afraid that it maybe had broken my ankle. Had it been a little higher, it would have struck my upper extremities or my head. So I charge my weapon, and that seems to fire the crowd up even more. They start screaming, "Are you going to shoot us? You're going to shoot your own citizens?"
That's
that
right.
just makes me angry.
Oh, how's that making you angry? How's that making you angry?
And then moments later, they
to shoot
overwhelm
him.
the line. They're assaulting officers, shoving, kicking, hitting, and we start moving back, and the crowd keeps coming. The only place we have to go now is back towards a series of about 3 roll-up doors, like a garage door that separates the crypt from the Capitol Visitor Center. It's gone to hell in a handbasket. It's bad. We are losing this, if we haven't already lost it.
look at my text, and someone has texted me a photograph of a protester, an insurrectionist, who is carrying a Confederate battle flag not far from where we are, which is just a very jarring picture.
Oh
I go
my
over
God.
to Liz Cheney, who's sitting not far from me, right on the other side of the aisle.
And he says to me, Liz, there's a Confederate flag flying.
Oh my God, there's a Confederate flag!
And I'm kind of kidding, and she says, my God, what have they done?
It was a combination of shock and real anger. How dare you think you can assault this chamber with violence in order to stop a constitutional process?
Capitol Security comes up to me and says, you need to stop this proceeding now. It is no longer safe for you to be here.
Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
I think in my head, they're going to try to secure the chamber. The chamber is the last thing that goes. We will protect the chamber with force and at all costs. It's the equivalent of if someone goes over the fence at the White House. There will be use of force.
Not really. Let's tackle the guy. I'm pretty sure they're gonna kill
congressman
him.
is calling me. Obviously, he is completely flipped out. How's Tabitha? How's Hank? What's going on? Is everything okay? I'm nervous. I'm very nervous. I'm trying not to show them that I am nervous because she's scared. She's starting to get really scared. I decide I need to barricade the door. Tabitha says, I'm getting under the desk. And Hank says, I'm joining you under the desk. Slowly, the sound starts getting louder and louder. They're outside my door. I mean, they're jangling the doorknob, screaming, cursing all over the place. I want to crawl up in a ball and just cover my head. But I think to myself, I can't do that. And then I stand up and I start pacing the room. I need weapons.
I need weapons!
It's a bronze bust of a buck that has buck horns and antlers, and they're very pointy and they're bronze and it's a heavy thing. And I decide this is what I am going to defend us with. I was born and raised in Philadelphia and I got my Philly on.
All right, Will Smith.
Julie tells me that they've locked the doors, they've pushed all the furniture they can up against the doors, and the kids are hiding under the desk. Tabitha and Hank were hiding under the desk, and Julie was guarding the door. And so I said, guard them with your life.
Yes.
Killed the fucking thing, right? But at the end of the month, there's the Dead Space remake, and I'm playing that too. Those are the two that I've committed to so far this month.
What else is on?
Hospitals overflowing in China. Video showing patients outside the emergency room, in hallways, stair landings, and even outside restrooms. Corpses on the ground, long service wait times, and obscuring cause of death. A father sharing what he saw inside a Chinese crematory. China's COVID-19 death toll coming under scrutiny. One doctor's account may shed light on why. An energy shortage hitting China amid freezing winter temperatures. Gas and heating suspended from at times. And a Chinese state-owned company striking a deal with the Taliban to extract oil from an Afghan field.
I can get
Choose. The most concerning one, COVID-19. Infection numbers continue to rise, and hospitals in Shanghai and other cities are overflowing with patients. Here's more.
Beds line the corridors of the emergency treatment area and main lobby on Thursday. Most of them elderly, and several were breathing with oxygen tanks. A notice advised patients that they would have to wait an average of 5 hours to be seen. This has become a common scene across China.
No, I don't care. God, I can't even break.
With emergency wards filled to the brink and patients lining up for hours to get treatment, China had defended its COVID handling measures and said the country's epidemic situation is controllable. However, videos from China tell a different story. The collapse of the medical system, pharmacies out of stock, funeral homes overflowing. The Chinese regime now defines COVID deaths as death by pneumonia and respiratory failure for patients who had the virus. The World Health Organization criticized the regime for underrepresenting the severity of its outbreak and said the definition was too narrow. Disease experts outside China say its approach misses other widely recognized types of fatal COVID complications, from blood clots to heart attacks, sepsis, and kidney failure. An epidemiologist with the University of Hong Kong says at least 1 million COVID-related deaths in China this winter is quite possible. Xi Wenrong reporting, NTD News.
A video clip posted on Chinese social media highlighting just how crowded Beijing hospitals are. Inside one of them, overcrowding extends far beyond the emergency room. In corridors, patients can be seen lying next to heaters or at the base of stair landings with their relatives alongside them. The hallway to the elevator also blocked with patients. The problem extends to just outside the restrooms. The overcrowding is so severe that some of them don't have beds. Instead, they lie on the ground while waiting for treatment. Chinese authorities are expecting a major travel boom. On Friday, they said they are anticipating 2.1 billion total passenger trips to be made during the Lunar New Year holiday, with travelers across China moving by road, rail, water, and flight. If that prediction proves true, it means double the trips made during the same time last year, which totaled 1.05 billion. China's Vice Minister of Transportation, Xu Chengguan, noted this year's Lunar New Year travel rush will start on January 7th and end on February 15th, a total of 40 days.
Compared with previous years, this year's Lunar New Year travel rush will be the most uncertain, complex, and challenging one in recent years, as the peak of passenger flow and the peak of the pandemic overlap.
Daily passenger flights scheduled for the season are averaging about 11,000. That's around 3/4 of pre-COVID-19 travel levels in 2019. A report from inside a crematory in China, bodies stored on the ground. Long death records of young people. Staffers obscuring cause of death for COVID-19 patients. NTD spoke to a father in China about what he saw when he sent his son's body for cremation.
A father in China grieving the loss of his 27-year-old son to the virus.
At first, he didn't have any symptoms. He didn't have a fever or a headache. But when he passed away, he felt like as if his throat had been cut by a knife. He was also breathing heavily. I didn't expect it to be so bad. Maybe he could have survived had we sent him to the hospital earlier.
Li Bin is a resident from China's Anhui province. It took the virus 5 days to claim his son's life. When Li sent his son's body to the local crematory, he was shocked by what he saw.
My God, the crematory was overloaded to the point of laying bodies on the ground. A staffer there told me, "Look at this smoke billowing out of our crematory's chimneys."
The local crematories can process 80 bodies per day. But Lee said many residents can get services for their loved ones even after waiting over a week. Lee also saw some obituaries of the dead when he went to pay for his son's service.
Quite a lot of the dead that crematory processed were between 30 to 50 years old. The youngest was 16, who also died of the virus. I saw this information on the staffer's computer.
The death certificate issued by the hospital said his son died of COVID-19 infection.
But after I went to the crematory, a high-level staffer there told me the hospital was really daring to list the cause of death as COVID-19. The staffer said authorities have requested that all local crematories and hospitals avoid listing COVID-19 as the cause of death. You can write lung infections or respiratory tract infections or whatever, but no hospital dares to put COVID-19 as the cause of death.
The local police station gave Lee similar accounts. Now, Lee is urging people to stay aware of the danger of the virus as it sweeps through China. He adds that it's not just the elderly at risk, but younger people as well.
The way China calculates its COVID-19 death toll is coming under scrutiny. Beijing has kept its virus death toll at a little over 5,000. That's as funeral homes across China reportedly overflow amid a massive surge in infections. Some reports may shed light on why. A doctor working at a Beijing hospital said he found a note on his desk. The note asked medical staff to avoid listing COVID-19 as the primary cause of death for patients. That's according to a report from the New York Times. Screenshots of similar warnings are circulating on Chinese social media. In one of them, a group chat conversation also asks doctors not to list the virus as patient's cause of death. Beijing has narrowed the way it counts COVID-19 deaths. In the West, all patients who died after being infected with COVID-19 are included in the virus death toll. But in China, only those who died of respiratory failure caused by COVID-19 count as virus-related deaths. COVID-19 patients who died of pre-existing conditions or other chronic illnesses don't count, even if the infection may have worsened those conditions. Next, we'd like to take a minute to answer a question from our viewers about the so-called white lung phenomenon in China. We covered the story on Wednesday. White lung refers to how some COVID-19 patients' lungs turn partially white on CT scans. The white appearance indicates fluid and infection in the lungs. Healthy lungs should appear black on CT scans. Some viewers commented that it's a common phenomenon with lung infections and is nothing special. But there are a few differences worth noting about the current issue in China. First, let's look back on 2020, when the CCP virus, which causes COVID-19, first started spreading widely in China's Wuhan city. Many patients started turning up with white lung. Soon, it was discovered that common pneumonia or lung infections were not the cause. Instead, it was a new kind of pneumonia that existing medicines struggled to treat. The new disease caused massive deaths in the city. As the COVID-19 virus developed outside China the past 3 years, it's been getting less lethal. Unlike earlier variants, the latest strain, known as Omicron, rarely attacks the lungs. But now, doctors across China have been reporting the white lung phenomenon again. Sometimes in as much as 20% of their patients. Some have